That's wonderful. Matt, are you ready? We're live streaming from PCA 2025 in New Orleans, Louisiana. I have the privilege of sitting with Nirka Reyes Estrella.
Yes. Oh, come on.
Is
You
that
did
pretty
it
good?
great.
Is that
Yeah.
pretty good?
Yes.
We've just full candor. We've never met before personally. My first experience of Nirka was as part of our For My Humidor uh, collection. This is Masters weekend. The golf tournament's going on. It's a big deal here and around the world. And the masters of the cigar industry have descended upon New Orleans, and we have a number of them a part of our For My Humidor program. And we're very privileged to have you be a part of For My Humidor. Welcome and hi.
Hi. It's an honor to be here. As I was saying before, when I was signing my photograph, the very first time that I met Boveda, it's been like family to me. Not only did they save the cigars, but everyone on the Boveda family, it feels like that, a family. They've been supportive on the industry. They're a constant. Boveda is a constant in the cigar maker's life.
So, Saga Cigars.
Yes.
Is that let's just talk about, I mean, you have a number of things going on in your constellation. Let's just talk about, start me here and tell me the story behind this.
Well, this is actually the only cigar brand that it's not Saga. Saga has many lines. This was actually the Don Julio was my first project when I started working with my dad back in 2012. I used to work before, but at that time I started running the company and it was my first project with him. In a way it was sort of like the graduation. If we do this well, like you're on your own basically. So the Don Julio was a labor of love. My family, I don't know if you're familiar, has 6 generations in the tobacco industry in Dominican Republic. They were
Okay,
growers, they were farmers.
unpack that.
So in these 6 generations, the first 4 generations, basically what they did was grow tobacco and sell it. Primarily to Europe because that was the big exporting place for tobacco at that moment for Dominican Republic. But then my dad, the fifth generation, decided to also make cigars. So it's only been 2 generations producing cigars, handmade cigars, my father and me. And the third generation, which is Don Julio Samuel Reyes Fermin, he was very big in Dominican Republic in the importing of Cuban seeds and growing them in Dominican Republic. So this brand, Don Julio, is in honor of him because he changed the direction of the tobacco family business in a way. He was very innovative and he had a lot of passion. My dad had a really good relationship with him. So this is in honor of him.
The Reyes
The Reyes.
Supremacy.
Yes.
That's a beautiful label.
Thank you. At the moment that it was made, it had all the techniques that were available at the moment. My dad was very particular that it had everything. So yeah, that's Don Julio. Don Julio for us, it's celebration. Don Julio for
Mm,
us, it's enjoyment. It's for us, um, maker of excellence.
it's just lovely to I haven't even gotten into it yet, and it's just brilliant.
Thank you. And then we have the Saga. Saga is all about connection.
Mm.
Saga is all about what made me personally fall in love with the tobacco industry. Saga was my baby project. It was a concept, an idea of not selling cigars, but making people have extraordinary moments to enjoy life while they smoke cigars and also to learn a little bit of it. Because sagas are stories that transcend from generation to generation. They're legends, like the Vikings
It's
used to
great. The
tell.
saga is the story. So, what is your saga? What is your story?
Exactly.
Beautiful. And it's
And
all about connection.
exactly. And there's like one of the lines in Saga that they're actually books. And each book tells you an experience of the cigar, the story of the land where the wrapper was grown, a story of the craft and the things that we do in Dominican Republic to make cigars our own way.
This cigar is a dream.
Thank you.
This is a extraordinary cigar. I mean, the construction, the draw is just
Thank you.
impeccable.
That one in particular, it's funny. we didn't know how to call it because it's not mold. It's made by mold, not by press. So we were like P square, like perfecto prensado, and then we started calling it P square because it's two P's in Spanish for it.
Oh, it's a beautiful cigar.
I'm
So
so glad you're enjoying it.
no,
This is why
I
I
love
work
it.
for.
So you're all about the passion and the connection and the family and the legacy and I mean, there's not many people that can. I had one person in an interview. I can tell you, it was Jeremiah Meerfeld
Yes.
because he has that generation upon generation upon generation. I mean, literally a ridiculous
Amount of generations. That's true.
heritage. Yeah, and you have that. I mean, it's remarkable. Who else can say that there are 6 or 7 generations? That's just remarkable.
It's there's a lot of families though that have a lot of that generation. If I'm not mistaken, I think the Quesadas have 5, and the Kellners have
Yeah.
5 as well.
Yep. And we had Miguel and Raquel
Quesada,
Casada.
yeah.
We had them last year. Tremendous legacy of quality and of craft. You know, real craft cigars. I mean, it's just remarkable. This is just delicious.
Thank you.
Yeah. Why'd you pick this one?
This one, I was feeling it today. I was like, what am I gonna bring Drew?
Did
That called
Mike
me.
come over and tell you had to bring me a cigar for show and smell?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. This was all me.
I suppose if you manufacture cigars, you're always taking them with you to share with friends.
That's true, but also it's something I think that runs in our veins. My dad is very big in hospitality, so like when you come, like we actually opened a restaurant in Santiago where we have our factory, because there was not a place where you can actually smoke cigars and have an extraordinary meal. And my dad is all about those moments.
Right.
So we're big on hospitality and making people feel at home. So if this is were not a trade show, anyways, I knew I was gonna get and have a conversation with you. I would have brought over cigars or something to share because it's in our blood.
Well, there's something magical when you, a human being, when approached with an open hand and invitation and love, reacts a very specific way, and a human being approached fearfully and defensively is responds accordingly. So
Yeah.
there's something tremendous about, excuse me, the legacy of hospitality and connection and passion that comes through in this cigar industry. It's the same with every one of the families. I mean, I'll have the privilege of talking tomorrow morning to Enrique Cejas
Of course.
and celebrating Jose,
Of course.
and who is one of the very early For My Humidor people. And that I met them, and I feel this is going to be the way it is with you and I met them, and 10 minutes later, I felt that I had known them
For a long time.
for a long time.
There's something interesting about our industry is that for some reason we know each other. Even though we're just talking for the first time, we have this feeling that we are in a secret, that we belong together somehow. And this is extraordinary. And I think that's why there's so many generations on the cigar families that are here today in PCA. Because when you get to know this and you're truly passionate about it, there's no other business in the world that you want to be in. It happened to me. A lot of people thought that it was going to be my older brother continuing my father's legacy, but it was me. And they supported me. And all of us are around tobacco. It's in our blood. It's in the way that we communicate. For example, I'm gonna mention like our small circle of Pro Cigar members. We help each other. We compete here for the same retailers. We're selling cigars to the same people. But if someone needs a hand, it doesn't matter. We're going to be there for each other. And that's extraordinary. And I think there's something in tobacco that makes us all be that way.
Well, and it's part of the explanation, and this is just my opinion. if you have struggled and if you have suffered, you develop character that puts you in a position to be generous
Yeah.
and kind when you see others struggle.
Yeah.
Because one of the most remarkable things about this industry is the iconic brands, the people at the if you drew an organizational chart, the people that are at the top strata, the biggest of the bigs, the icons, they're as likely to reach out to someone who's first timer at the show
Of course.
and make a seat for them at the table. What do you need? Who do you need to meet? How can I help you with my relationships? They do that all the
All
time.
the time.
It's just remarkable.
I guess that we want continuity, you know, and we can see when someone's truly passionate. We hear stories all the time of someone that just was a smoker and became so passionate that they want to be in, and it was either opening a shop or owning a new factory, building a new factory, or just producing a brand. And it's beautiful to see that. It's beautiful to see people that they're so passionate that they don't even need the years of heritage behind family generations, because they love and we love the exact same thing. This is art. Even though we're selling it, it's art. How many hands have to be in order for us to be smoking and enjoying this cigar today? How much labor, how much love,
When did you
dedication.
start smoking cigars?
Okay, so I started smoking cigars actually when I was 18. I tasted it before, I have to say it. But when I was 18, I just came back from Switzerland. I studied in Switzerland. And my father was smoking cigars with my brothers. And I was like, I want in. I want in what you're doing. And I started smoking cigars. It was Fridays. We met at my dad's office. He has like a lounge at his office. And I started experiencing cigars through his lens. And it was very beautiful because it wasn't for him just like, do you like it or you don't like it? It was like, what are you feeling?
Mm.
And that,
It's
I
like
think,
listening to music.
yes, yes. And we were big on classical music at my household. So it was like, what are you feeling? What is the cigar telling you? Not only like on your palate, but what is it telling you? And I think that those moments on those Friday afternoons kind of developing me the perspective of making the sagas, because it's feelings that you're communicating with the cigar. Yes, we talk about blends, we talk about years on aging, but at the end of the day, people have feelings when they're smoking a cigar. And I think that's beautiful.
It
And
is beautiful. I just feel so spoiled. I stumbled on Boveda in a cigar store where the guy that I was buying my cigars from put a pack in my bag.
okay,
And I said, "What is this?" And he said the magic words, "You'll never recharge your humidor again."
again,
And that, I can't tell you how jarring those words were, because I was always tinkering with distilled water
yes,
and
of course,
recharging the element
yes,
and all that. You'll never recharge your humidor again. I had an emotional reaction to it. I said, "How does it work?" And he said, "If you want to know, go downstairs and meet the owner." Because the store was on this level and the headquarters of Boveda, well, what it was at the time, there were, I think I was the 10th employee.
oh,
So they had a half a dozen people down there working in the basement, no windows, down in the basement of this strip mall. And I met Sean, and we hit it off. And I started using Boveda packs, and he was right. Mike, the merchant, was
yeah,
right, because I've I've never used anything else. I've never had to use anything else.
it's amazing.
And I've had this experience where I get to come to these events. I get to meet people like you and families like yours, smoke extraordinary cigars. I would be very hard pressed to go out and curate a collection of cigars that would be even close to comparable to what I've experienced by accident in these rooms.
I know.
And this is just exceptional.
Thank you.
And I got to remember what it is. It's the
This
Don
one,
Julio.
yeah, and that particularly is the Dan Julio Sang Bleu, which means blue, yeah, royal blood.
But this is special because this is part of the Reyes. This is like, you can't just go out and buy one of these.
You can, but it's not a cigar that we sell everywhere. Like I have to personally know the owners of the stores where we put the Don Julio. I have to see that they're gonna, give the respect that it deserves. Don Julio for us is not a brand that we push. It's a cigar that you get to know when we know each other. It's something that it's a labor of love. It's not a trade
It's
in a way.
it's just delicious.
Thank you.
I know Mike was very excited that we have an opportunity. Not only you're one of the first women that's been a part of our For My Humidor. Congratulations! That's a big deal to us.
Appreciate it.
We're
And for me too.
extremely excited about you and Raquel Casada, and the Desiree Silver. I mean, we've had Leo from Platinum Nova. I mean,
Yeah,
it's such a
Nova.
wonderful diversification for us to honor the women that are a part of this evolving industry. And I think, and I know you'll agree with this. I think our job is to welcome people in, come in, sit down, and a gentleman sat with me a few years ago, and he says, "This really isn't a cigar. This is a moment shared with a friend."
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I bet it's fun to eat with you.
Really? Why?
I bet your family is great with food.
Oh, my family is great with food. My you were saying something about kindness. Kindness. My dad is one of those persons that he wants you to feel happy all the time, right?
Mm.
So when we get together, there's always good food with him, good wine, good whiskey, probably, and good cigars, of course. But it's the conversations. It's the family atmosphere. It doesn't matter if we're related by blood or not. I can go and see the cigar lounge anywhere, and I'll become friends with anyone in there. It doesn't matter the cigar that they're smoking.
Right.
Like we're into something, and food. My dad is like a foodie, so we all have a taste of good food. A lot of people tease me because on a restaurant that we own, the the everything that someone when everyone goes, they want to have the tomahawk. That's what it's famous for, right? And I became a vegan for like 3 years, and my dad was like, "Oh my god, what did I do?" I'm back. I'm back again. I'm back again. I'm eating my tomahawk again. But it's like something to enjoy, like this. Cigars are meant to be enjoyed, not smoke. Enjoy.
Right.
I think Fred says that all the time from Oliva.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't smoke but enjoy.
Well, and you think about the pain that's behind that story when you think about these the generations that were persecuted and spent time in jail in Cuba, and the stories that passed down in that line.
Yeah.
It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
It's the result. We get to enjoy the privileges and the beauty that they sacrificed for. I just think that's makes you emotional.
Yeah, I'm humbled that I get to be doing something that I love because someone in my family decided to be on it. It's very humbling, and as a country in Dominican Republic, tobacco has been a constant in every part of our history since the discovery of our lands till today.
Yep.
It's important. This is why actually our president declared a couple of years ago tobacco as a cultural heritage of the Dominican Republic because it means something to us. Even if you're in the industry or not, it means something.
Well, and it's in some cultures it's ceremonial,
Mhm.
and I have to think in the Dominican and the Cuban and the for all those that went to Nicaragua. I mean,
Yes.
it's very much a part of their heritage and a ceremonial part of their lives. Yeah.
For us, there's not a wedding, the birth of a child, any anniversary birthday that it doesn't include cigars. Like
Great excuse to have a cigar.
for us, no friend of ours can get married without a cigar. Like that's impossible. Like there has to be cigars for us. If there's no cigars, there's no celebration. It's something like that. It's nice.
Beautiful. Well, on behalf of Boveda, thank you. Thank you very much for allowing us to be a part of your saga, a part of your story. It's really a privilege for us. It's a privilege to sit with you and to meet you in person. You've only been a face on the wall. Now you're a live human being. It's beautiful. You're lovely. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you for having me. For me, it's a pleasure. I'm gonna keep saying it. I tell you this story just to close. My first trade show was it was still IPCPR 2013.
Okay.
And my dad was is one of these people that it's like you have to learn from your mistakes, right? First time in Vegas, never been before, didn't know the weather. And when we get there, my poor cigars were suffering. I didn't know Boveda. And then someone, Jean Michel, that works with us, so he's our adopted Belgium in the family. He said, like, I've heard about these guys. Let's try it. And I met Dan and Sean, and they're like, hey, try this. And our cigars were completely safe. They were in the perfect condition. And I'm never going to forget that.
Mm.
The gratitude that I feel for someone lending a hand. They didn't know me. It was the first time that we met. And I was transformed. Same as you? Never used
Yeah,
anything else for your
it was totally
humidors.
unexpected, and it's when people surprise you with kindness and generosity that
Completely.
it's leaves such a mark on your soul.
Completely.
And then they just happen to ingratiate themselves to a sixth generation tobacco family. I mean,
Oh, we're friends. We're friends. This year on the Pro Cigar Festival, Dan was writing to me like, "Hey, do you think we can get a table?" It's like, I already had your reservation without you even asking
beautiful.
because this is part of what we do
Well, and I'll say that about Sean and Tim. I have never worked with people that are more sincere.
at all.
They're just
Great,
lovely humans,
great
and
people.
it's been an absolute privilege, and a privilege to sit with you.
It's mutual. It's been
Yeah,
a pleasure to talk to you, and I
yeah,
hope that we can get to talk more off camera as
yeah,
well.
yeah. I get to hug you now, and then Sean and Tim are right around the corner. Have you seen
Yes,
them yet?
yes,
Okay,
yes,
you
I
said
did.
hi.
Yeah, I said
Okay,
hi.
good. Okay, good. We're at PCA 2025. We have the privilege of talking to Nirka, Reyes, Estrella.
Yes.
Uh, the tip of the iceberg, Saga Cigars. The Reyes legacy is a much longer story that we'll unpack
Yes.
in detail at some point. You know, that's not a bad idea, Matt. We should go and spend time with the Reyes family and document that legacy, the six generations. Wouldn't that be a good trip for us? Okay,
You are completely welcome whenever you want to come. Whenever you want to come,
that's awesome.
our doors are open.
That's awesome. And you're not just saying that either. You mean it.
I mean it.
I know. That's
I mean it.
beautiful. That's
I mean
beautiful.
it.
Nirka, thank you so much.
Thank you,
I
Mike.
get to hug you now. Bring your coffee. Enjoy. How's your level there, Maddie? You feel good, buddy? Are we live? Streaming. We're streaming. There's a stream flowing from. Yeah, we're streaming from. God, you look so good. We're streaming.
I look at you or I look at the camera?
You can look at whatever you want.
Okay.
You could even get distracted by a beautiful person walking by, and we won't be.
Yeah, we'll try not to my wife to see those moments. We'll try to keep him.
Yeah, that's okay.
No,
You could wear them for part of the interview.
I'll do. At some
Yeah.
point, I'll put this.
When we get
give me a little bit of a hint there.
when we get into really deep stuff, that's deeply personal. You can put your glasses on. Live streaming from the PCA in New Orleans, Louisiana. Ricardo Carioni. Ricardo Carioni. I met you in the lobby of the Venetian with Kate.
Yes, I remember.
And I had a moment. I just knew in the moment that I met you, and you were with one of your, I believe, becoming former business partners at the time.
Correct, from Spain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pepe.
And I just wanted to get to know you. And then you went off to Europe. You did something, I don't know, you went to work over there on something. But then you came back, and I started seeing you so much on social media, and you were riffing on the League of Fat Bastards one day, and you do a brilliant job on your social media. You should tell people what that is so they can go there now while they're watching.
Thank you very much.
What's your social media
So
handle?
it's Ricardo.Carioni, Carioni. It's an Italian last name. It's part of the hybrid that I am and that we are, all Latin Americans. A bit of a mutt of Italians, and that's where the last name comes from. So it's Ricardo.Carioni. But Drew, I do remember that day distinctively. I have such a level of appreciation for Kate and the Boveda team. I was very privileged to host them in the UK a couple of occasions. I was their distributor and their importer in Great Britain.
Because you were working with Tor.
Indeed. So
Right,
I was Tor Imports COO.
Yeah.
Scott Vines is a man that brought me into this industry. I would say he rescued me from politics and diplomacy into the culture and the world of cigars.
Because you're a Nicaraguan native.
I was born in Nicaragua. I'm a Nicaraguan native. I've lived 26 years around the world, 7 different countries. Left my country when I was 18 years old. But ultimately, yes, that's where, as we say in Spanish, that's where I left my umbilical cord in Nicaragua, in Managua.
And you were an ambassador for Nicaragua.
So I was a deputy ambassador. So it's the number 2, basically, of the diplomatic mission. So I was Nicaragua's deputy ambassador to the UK, to Ireland, and to Iceland. In Spanish, will be all the I's: Inglaterra, Islandia, Irlanda. All of them islands. So it's one of those things in the world that you think is a coincidence. Some very wise people have said there is no such thing as coincidence. Things happen for a reason. Is it Bashert or is it Maktub? Things somehow have a way of finding their path, which led me to cigars and to Boveda and those visits in the UK, and then having Benjamin in Spain as well.
He's a wonderful character.
So since always, I've been a great admirer of what you've done as an organization and what you do for cigars, always.
So now you're stationed at Casa Turrent.
Mm-hmm.
Turrent.
So that's a Catalan last name. It's an interesting one because when I'm speaking with people in the US, is it Turrent? I said, no, it's not Turrent, it's Turrent.
Turrent.
Catalans came to Cuba. I'm from Cuba to San Andres, to Mexico in 1880. So 145 years this year. In my understanding and research, this is the oldest family in the world continuously growing tobacco and then making cigars in the same location continuously. Because, we have great families. The Plasencias just across from us, they started in Cuba and they moved to Nicaragua and Honduras and Nicaragua and so on. So it's an incredible privilege, honestly, that the Turrents reached out to me. It was funny because it wasn't planned. Alejandro, I used to be his importer in the UK. And I met him even before I was an importer. I was still a deputy ambassador. And we started talking politics, and we started talking about world affairs, heading up to Scotland, drinking scotch, smoking cigars, trying to fix Nicaragua and Mexico, which is impossible. But in our minds, we're having that much fun doing it. And he said, Ricardo, back in, must have been around October last year, he reached out to me. He said, Ricardo, you've never been to San Andres, have you? I said, no, I've never been to San Andres, Alejandro. Would you like to come to San Andres? And I said, yes. And it was a bit of a trap, I think, because the moment I arrived and I saw the valleys, volcanoes all over the place. Look, us Nicaraguans, we're volcanic people. And in many ways, I remember that's how I connected with the Icelandic people as well. We have this essence and the Mexican soup.
Interesting.
So I felt at home. And then I look at these pyramids, Olmec pyramids. And then I start meeting the people working the leaf. I met Don Alberto, his father. He's one of the true masters in the tobacco world. And it was impossible not to fall in love. And I said, Alejandro, you set me up. Of course I did, he said. And I would love you to work with us.
Were you already a well-established cigar lover?
So I started smoking cigars really early. As a smoker, I started more consistently and enjoying cigars in my mid-20s. I'm 40, but I'll be 44 later this year.
Dude, you look good.
Thank you, sir. You do as well.
Well,
yeah.
Thank you.
For
I'm
being
87.
You're 90?
87.
87, yeah. So I've been a lover of tobacco and cigars for a lifetime, I would say. But the calling to be part of this culture, to be part of this world that connects each other, that came again unplanned. It was, I can tell you very briefly the story. I was finishing my post in the UK. The next step was to be ambassador in Belgium. And everything was being set up. And I had a good conversation with Scott Vines, Scottish man. I love Scots. I really love Scotland. And he said, Ricardo, I hope you're happy going there. But if you ever change your mind, you will be a great addition to the cigar community and to our team. And I went back home, started talking with my wife. She's the smart one in the family. And Jolene, who's from Boston, she said, look, I've never seen you the happiest as when you're talking about tobacco. Forget politics.
This is your wife.
This is my wife saying.
Yeah, this is a really good sign.
I never seen you so happy that when you're about farms, factories, lounges, just do it. Take your. And people thought I was crazy, right? Leaving diplomacy, which is a pretty established situation, right? As long as you don't mess up too much, chances are you're going to retire as a diplomat, and it's not a bad thing. But I took the plunge, and here we are.
If you don't do a bad thing.
No. I'm very happy that I was given a chance by people that I very much respect. And since day one, they've been teaching me with a lot of candor, with a lot of patience. And that's what I am. I'm a student of the leaf. I'm a student of cigars. And in that sense, whatever I'm learning, I'm trying to share with as many people as we can in the world.
When you landed in a cradle of flavor, that when you think about San Andreas, when you think about Tuxtla, is Tuxtla central to that? Tuxtla?
Yeah.
Forgive me.
No.
But we're talking about some very unique flavors. And I think in general, the Mexican tobacco conversation has been sort of overshadowed by the Dominican and definitely the Nicaraguan. But so mmany of these purveyors are using your leaves.
Yeah, absolutely. I would make a small analogy. I remember when I moved to the UK in 2007, I went to a very well-known cigar shop in London, and I asked for Nicaraguan cigars, 2007. And they said, yeah, we have some Nicaraguan cigars just there in the corner, almost like rubbish. And I go and I pick them up. It's a padron. I think, Jesus, if they're treating padrones like second-class citizens, imagine what they do with the rest. That was 2007. Look where we are now. So I think the evolution of the Nicaraguan cigar, and as an industry and as an origin, and the respect that it acquired in the US for longer, but in Europe, which is a really challenging ground because you have Habanos very prevalent. So everybody prefers their Habanos, but little by little, people understood it. We used to do events, 5 people will turn up. You give 5 cigars, smoke it. If you don't like it, I'll take it from you. No,
Right.
no hard feelings, honestly. And I think Mexico, precisely what you said, cigar makers, the application and the use of their tobaccos in their blends. And a perfect example, what I think now finally Mexico is coming on its own, and in my humble opinion, it's the next big wave coming in. Evidence to that, I would say, a couple of years ago, Cigar Journal, well-known, respected magazine, asked me to write an article about Nicaragua. Ended up being about 5 pages, something like that, a long article. My thesis on that article was to ask factories from around the world why they call their lines Nicaragua. Davidoff, Nicaragua. San Andres, Casa Turrent, Nicaragua. Honduras, they have a Nicaragua line. How many brands, factories that produce in Nicaragua call their lines another country? Almost none. There isn't that I know of a Nicaragua made cigar that's called Dominican or called Honduras. The exception to that rule, exactly as you said, I would say is Mexico. Think of Tatuaje, Pete Johnson. He has Tuxtla. If you think of my father's cigars, Fonseca, they have a Mexico. AJ Fernandez, fantastic cigars. They have a Mexico line. So that gives me an indication
Of
already.
a trend, yeah,
Exactly.
of a growing.
A respect and understanding. The next step, and that's the harder one, it's when you change the perception of consumers. I did an event in New York in November, right? And I go in and I ask, well, 50 people, New Jersey actually, across the Hudson, beautiful venue. And I asked the people, hey, has anyone smoked Mexican tobacco before? They're like, nope, no Mexican. Are you sure? Have you ever smoked this and this and this brands? They're like, yeah. So you know Mexican tobacco.
Oh, you do.
Exactly.
You're very familiar with it, even though you're not inclined to identify it as Mexican. Any San Andreas wrapper
Each one of
qualifies.
those.
Yeah, any Tuxtla qualifies.
Mm.
My brother passed away in November. Used to love cigars. I
Sorry
would
to hear
take.
that.
I get all sorts of lovely cigars, as you know, from being around this industry.
Yeah.
And he loved Te Amo.
Okay.
And I'd give him any kind of cigar, and he'd be like, "Yeah, it was nice, but it wasn't a Te Amo." That was, how we're habitual people. We're very set in our ways. He loved Te Amo. So, and he probably loved Te Amo because he got a deal on them.
They were great price cigars.
Yeah.
Quality price ratio was incredible. Still is, I think, but yes.
So the new adventure with the Turrent family, tell me about that. How is it? I mean, that's family has some history. I mean, that company, we have some history with that company. It's been tremendous. So how's that? It's new.
So yes, indeed. Whilst they have that great heritage, 145 years growing tobacco, I think in Nicaragua, Plasencia is a good example. They grew tobacco for the longest. Then they started doing cigars for other people. Then they got into making their own cigars. So back in the 60s, 70s, that's when the Turrents started getting into the Te Amo, which became one of the best-selling cigars in the U.S.
Te Amo was their cigar?
Yes.
Oh, well.
So it was initially a joint venture.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it was a joint venture. And little by little, Don Alberto started buying some of the other shareholders and eventually became his business. Interesting anecdote. I think in the U.S. right now, the most popular Vitola, the most popular shape, is the Toro.
Yep.
Guess who created the Toro? Alberto Turrent, the Turrent family.
That's where the Vitola came from?
The name of
For
the Vitola.
the entire industry.
Yeah. So they did the first Toro. And it was Toro because they used to have one of their lines that had a torero.
It's almost like you need to start like a cigar academy to be able to teach people about how the history works in the industry.
You're very smart. Yes, indeed. I think somebody had to create a space. To me, what it is the knowledge of all these masters, of all these families, right? All this heritage, all this history that over time gets eroded and people forget these details. How can we preserve it, right? It's almost like the great library of Alexandria. We had all the great philosophers and all that knowledge in a source where anyone, be it somebody in the industry, being a cigar lover, can go in and drink from the well in the words of the makers, of the historians, of the people who made history in cigars. And that's what we did with the Cigar Academy. We which is an organization we created 2 years ago. We launched it at the PCA last year. But it's precisely because of families like the Turrent that I felt weren't not given enough attention sometimes in a very crowded space within the marketing and social media and the media in general. And look, the cigar that I'm smoking today, for instance, this is an 1880 Double Maduro. Mexican San Andres Negro as a wrapper, Mexican San Andres Negro as a binder, combination of tobaccos from Mexico in the filler. And it looks, to many people, maybe scary, but it's actually not at all. It's incredibly delicious, very complex. But one thing to highlight, I think, with Turrent, and I will tell you maybe more about the Cigar Academy, many people think of San Andres as just a Negro San Andres, but that's not the case. And that's what opened my eyes when I went to see the farms. And I started seeing not one, not two, but three kinds of Habano seeds that were developed in Mexico in partnership with perhaps the most renowned genetist in the world, Eumelio Espino from Cuba. So he came to do a project, and these beautiful tobaccos brought from Cuba, then developed in Mexico. We have some of our lines that are 100% Mexican puros with Habano seeds. Incredible, a whole different mindset of what people would expect from a Mexican
So
cigar.
you discovered variety in the subcategory of what, because I would think of that San Andreas as a singular expression, and it's a house of multiple expressions.
Absolutely. I would say San Andres is a terroir. So that's the soil, that's the environment, the water, the conditions, the volcanic soil. And then you have endemic varieties, such as the Negro San Andres, original from Mexico. That's what the Olmecs and the old Asian people in Mexico used to smoke. Like that fantastic cigar by a brilliant man, Nick Melillo, and the homage that he paid to the Olmecs. It's incredible. I
It's a great
respect
story.
it very, very highly. But we also developed then these other varietals, exactly as you say. So we have Habano seeds, Connecticut. We have this beautiful Connecticut tobacco, all sun-grown, just like in Ecuador. Because you have a little bit of cloud that allows us to grow all these beautiful tobaccos under the sun, which is really hard to do in my country, Nicaragua. It's really hard to do in Cuba. You always have to do tapado to cover a little bit of the sun ray,
Yeah.
right? We do Sumatra. So lots of Sumatra, lots of Habano seeds, three kinds of Habanos. We have the Connecticut and Negro San Andres. So as a chef, when you see Alejandro Turrent in his vault of tobaccos, puts them on the table, you can see the sheer passion and enjoyment because you have such a repertoire of tobaccos that, to me, he's an artist. And I think all cigar makers, all blenders, they're artists, perhaps in many ways. They don't know how to sing, they don't know how to write poetry, they don't know how to perform, but their ability to connect and convey a philosophy, an idea, a feeling through tobacco, through expressions of tobacco, different terroir, to me, that's the most magical part of the industry. And that's what Turrent, Alejandro, is allowing me to understand and see now.
So now, are you actually getting involved in blending?
Mhm.
This is part of your new education?
Indeed. So
What a trip.
I'm so genuinely grateful because I am given an opportunity now, as we're creating new lines for new clients, to be part of that process. First two, it was just me watching Alejandro do his magic, trying tobaccos. He has a very method of going about it. It's very unique. I think every blender has their own method. So he's teaching me the Turrent method of blending. For the next project, he said, Ricardo, for the next one, you give it a shot and I'll help you. But you need to give it a try and do it yourself. I'm not saying I will ever be a blender, but if I can be part of that creative
Well,
process.
even if you don't become a blender, if you have the experience of going through the process repeatedly, so you know what they go through, so much of this, I'm not a blender. I am a consumer, and some would argue that I'm a bit of a open door. I try everything,
Yep.
and I love more than I don't love. And I've been fortunate because I've met people that are making some pretty spectacular cigars, and I've gotten to enjoy lovely cigars. But I'm an outsider. I'm a guy that got turned on to. I fell in love with the culture at the cigar store.
Okay.
I loved playing cards with the guys at the store. I loved the stories. I loved the fact that we had pro Hall of Fame pro football players that were nobodies at the store because nobody has a title. No, there's no pretense at the store.
Yeah.
And so you get to know these just as mano a mano. You know,
Yeah.
it's just so endearing. And that invitation that the cigar industry to me became an invitation to connect. And the sense of belonging and the camaraderie and the brotherhood and the families and the multiple generations of family involvement in this industry, it's so consoling and healing.
Yeah.
You know, and you think about, I know you're fond of League of Fat Bastards and Adam Levine, the brilliant job that he's done bringing attention to men's mental health issues.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, by the way, for all of your support for that.
We must. I think it's something that compels you to be part of such kinds of missions. But you're right. I think cigars, to me, it's almost like the great democratizer, right? Everyone, once you're smoking a cigar, look, I smoke cigar with presidents, smoke cigar with people working in the streets, all levels. And once you're sitting down in a lounge, you're all part of the same. You're all humankind. And if you talk about connectivity, if you read and you study the history of anthropological development of Homo sapiens sapiens, we are where we are today at this stage of development. Not the most important reason is because of connections, because of connectivity. Just like the bees, humans, as opposed to the Neanderthals and other hominids that were living contemporary to us, we had an extra special ability to connect with others in a more broader and more global ability. And that's the reason for the success of our species ultimately lies in our ability to connect, to console, to have feelings of support for each other. And that's when I met Adam, which is a perfect example. I think all of us in our life must have gone through difficult moments emotionally. And typically, many cultures, when you're a man, you're taught to hide that, right? To put a mask and like a luchador mask and cover yourself. So when I heard him speaking about normalizing these conversations, not make him a funny snowflake thing. This is actually something real. And having a connection, having a conversation about how you feel with another fellow cigar smoker or a fellow friend, whoever might be, that is attentive enough to console and hear without any judgment, that to me, it can save lives. And that's when I heard the mission, giving 40% of their profits to organizations for veterans and people who have been through difficult situations. I felt compelled to support it. I didn't think it twice. I said, Adam, what can I do to help out? And the fact that their cigars, the main two lines are made at Joya de Nicaragua, which again, I love the
I just
Martinez
love Juan
Cuenca.
Martinez. The guy is
Juan
amazing.
Has been one of the greatest teachers that I've had, one of the greatest friends in the industry. So the fact that they're made in Nicaragua, in my country, it was just a no-brainer to try to put out the word and share the message, which ultimately that's what we are. I feel we're vehicles in this industry to help us get that culture, get that knowledge, and spread it around. Just like the bees. It's about sharing and spreading the passion, the love, the reasoning, the artistry. Look, it's a way of life. It's not a product. It's a lot more than that. And that's what I think we felt compelled to support them, and I'm glad that you mentioned it, and I wish them a lot of success. I think people are understanding it.
We're streaming live from PCA in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's Passover for the Jews. It's Palm Saturday for the Catholics, Palm Sunday tomorrow, Holy Week. There's so much activity in this room. The Masters is on. It's April, so Augusta is abuzz with the Masters, and we're honoring the Masters of the industry. We've been blessed to have relationships, to have connection to a lot of wonderful leaders, people that made significant sacrifices along the way in order to build companies. You think of some of these major brands, it's just remarkable what they've been able to do. There's Chris Wallace. Oh my God, from Alaska, far out. All right, a little segue there, but give me a second. That's a trip. I identified him. That was good.
It is bustling, isn't it? Full of life, full of energy.
Yeah, but the room's full of energy, and it's all about the icons in the industry. But the thing that I want to come back to is just how much a privilege it is that everybody in this room is approachable. From Carlito to Lito to Jorge. You know, I say the first name and you just go right down the list, and you know all these guys, and you've got relationships with these guys, and you've sat at table with these guys, and they are interested in you, and they want to know how their craft or their endeavors could possibly benefit you. There's a built-in, genuine generosity.
Indeed.
That is so wonderfully.
I've never experienced that, honestly, in my previous industries that I've worked. The generosity and the desire to share that knowledge. And you say that you mentioned a term that I want to mention and comment on: master. I recall when we created the Cigar Academy, we were looking into what's going to be the term when somebody graduates. What do we call them? Master was one of the ideas, right? And I sat down with a man who tells me, Ricardo, I'm not sure about your idea of a master. Let me tell you why. He said, look, I have about 2,000 blends that I've created. Recently, I got my number 1 cigar in the world by Cigar Aficionado.
2,000 brands.
2,000 blends.
And now I'm on number 3.
Yeah.
I'm 3 out of 2,000.
I make 25 to 30 million cigars a year. Am I a master? He asked me. And I said to him, I think you are. And he said, no, my dad is a master. Don Pepin, it's a master. That was Jaime Garcia. And he really got me to my core, the level of respect, whilst being generous in sharing the knowledge, respect to those masters, many of you mentioned, those are the real masters. Those are the ones that after all these decades of pain and suffering and passion and ups and downs and consistency and determination and commitment and purpose, they're the ones that deserve that title. And we say, you know what? We're not going to call them masters.
That's interesting, though. I would submit, let's try this for a second.
Sure.
I would submit that there's a certain amount of humility in being a master. In talking to Rafael Nodal a few years ago, he was talking about music, and we talked about the word virtuoso.
Yeah.
And how the virtuoso is in the center. And how could that be? It should be way over at the superlative end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
And the point was, no, it's in perfect balance. It's the center of the spectrum. So it's a whole different contextualization of what mastery really is. Because, and I'll stop. I don't know why. I ate too many peanuts. But the peanuts will do that to you. The reality is that if you endeavor to a certain degree, your perfectionism gets supplanted by an understanding that there's something more here than meets the eye.
Absolutely. There's kind of a magic, if I were to, but I don't know what the word would be, but there is something way behind just doing something physically. There's something that goes well beyond that. And I've seen some of these masters in action, exactly as you said, because they're so generous. I have Don Pepin Garcia roll a cigar, try it, and they're like, hold on, we need to move a little bit that filler just slightly lower and see how that changes. Things like this, that only a master who's been doing this for so long, it's like playing that violin and you know exactly how you're going to hold it and touch it. I think there's a lot of parallels into that as well. But I do think there's very few of them, and that's my point. I feel that because of that respect and that humbleness that I think people in the industry, the real people behind the cigar makers that we have here and the brands, they understand that to reach that, you have to go through a lot.
It's hard to be young and be a master.
I think so. I think just doing a course and certifying yourself and calling yourself a master, whilst I respect people's opinion, to me, it didn't go in line with our ethos, with our philosophy of creating a program, an education program that ultimately are the words of the masters.
Talk about Cigar Academy, because there's an opportunity here for people to become proficient in a variety of modules within the cigar world.
Absolutely.
Please.
I mean, this all started as quite genuine a desire to think, how do we protect this knowledge? How do we nurture this knowledge? How do we share it and allow us to give longevity and a future to the industry? How do we bring new talent? People are hungry for knowledge. I see my own son, he's 18 years old, and their ability of newer generations to find knowledge, consume it, and be knowledgeable to an extent in a very short period of time, it's incredible. I think the speed of it, right? So when I started seeing a lot of knowledge that wasn't quite accurate in different media and online, not based on what I was hearing in the words of these masters, I'm thinking something's getting diluted, something's getting lost in translation, something's getting lost in the process. So how do we preserve that? And that was the ultimate reason of putting time and energy to create the Cigar Academy. Ultimately, what we did is I went to every factory that I could, and I said, look, if I'm going to work in your factory in fermentation, for instance, and you're going to hire me, teach me. All I'm going to do is take notes and hear you out. And that's how we created all this content. Then I went about and thought, okay, how do we put all this knowledge now accessible to as many people as possible? The courses are, for cigar industry members, people that work in shops, people that work with cigar companies as their sales team, people that work at the factories, but also for aficionados, for cigar lovers. It's
So
open
where
to
do I
anyone.
go if I want to access this?
thecigaracademy.com.
Okay.
Go to thecigaracademy.com. We have a couple of courses. We have a Cigars 101, which is a very introductory, very high level, just to get to whet your appetite a little bit. Then there's a level 1. Level 1 is the first level of certification. And when people go through these 15 modules, from before the Spaniards arrived to the Americas, from the seed all the way to the final product and everything in between, every module, through text, through videos, through diagrams, through podcasts, so giving people an ability to put their best style of learning into use to consume this knowledge. At the end, there's quizzes after every module, so you have to pass your quizzes. Then you have a final test. And once you're certified, the certification is not just by the Cigar Academy. This is not Ricardo's Academy. This is the Cigar Academy of the cigar makers. They are the members of the Academy. All the great brands, most of them that you see here, they are the ones that endorse that certification. And that's the value of it. That's what people get out of this. It can take up to 3 months. I have people do it in 20 hours. Depends on your speed and how much time you can put into it. But what you get out of this experience, aside from the learning and really understanding the process, is a certification that, in my view, humbly saying so, has that endorsement and that respect by the masters, which is similar to what, quite frankly, a big inspiration for the Academy was Habanos. Habanos have a Habano sommelier program in Europe. They usually work with their importers, all 26 brands of Habanos, endorsing that certificate, which becomes an element of employability.
Right.
When you go to a cigar lounge,
credibility.
I've had cigar makers reach out to me and say, hey, Ricardo, do you happen to have one of your graduates in X country, Slovakia, whatever it might be, that potentially could be with my sales team? So he's becoming what I thought it would be. He's preserving the knowledge, but he's helping the industry grow. He's helping the industry find new talent. So if anything, it's not the most profitable business. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be good for the industry. That's the only reason. When I reach out to a cigar maker and say, hey, would you like to be a member of the Academy? Sometimes the first question is, how much do I owe you? And I said, nothing.
Well, okay,
No.
Cigar Academy is good for the industry, but underneath that, you're good for the industry.
I don't know.
And the reason I say that is because you have capacity to speak beautiful English, beautiful Spanish. I don't know whether other languages you have entertained.
A little bit Italian, Portuguese. I don't know about beautiful,
but you're in a place where you're the connector. We had Michael Herklotz this morning.
I love that man. He's brilliant.
He's our leadoff batter every year. He wants to be leadoff.
Yeah.
He's got a pretty good batting average. He gets on base.
He's so eloquent. He's so smart.
And passionate and lovely. He's a lovely guy. He became part of this family. And I would submit that there's a place for Ricardo Carioni to become a part of this, and for the Turrent family to have a representation in this collection as we grow it.
I totally agree. I think the Turrents deserve more of that space. I'm just a humble servant.
Yeah, that's
I'm-
fine.
I'm-
You can be a humble servant for another couple of years, and then we'll
I-
elevate you to master. But
Um,
but what's beautiful about it is you're not trying to be the man, but you're empowering people to find answers and to get deep. If every cigar shop had the fundamentals understood by their clerks that are working in the store, it's like we spend some time in the cannabis industry, and bud tenders are everything.
Yeah.
And when we talk to people, there are some really knowledgeable people, but there's also a lot of people that have no idea what they're talking about, and they're very confident about it.
Yep.
So to have a source of truth and a source of tradition that is accessible, that people can go through the process, have their eyes open to what even for people that just generally understand why anyone would be so passionate about enjoying a cigar, either from time to time or with regularity. It's like, why are cigars
Yeah.
so popular?
Yeah.
Ooh.
What is it about it? It's so magnetic, right? What is it about it? Look, yesterday we had here at the PCA one of the education panel sessions, right? It was a panel about the next generation of cigar makers. I think you heard some of it, you attended it.
Well, I saw
Part of
you, and you were just going in to moderate something, and my only takeaway was that you smelled great,
It's a cigar.
and that I was going to see you today.
The common denominator, when you heard Jose Luis Plasencia, Lisette Perez Carrillo, Klaas Kellner, there was one common term that they all mentioned at some point, in addition to their family heritage, and that was education. Education not only helps them preserve that, it helps us. Ultimately, there was a very wise man who said, education is the strongest tool. That was Mandela. And it applies to anything in life. When it comes into cigars, you can look at it from a commercial standpoint, and the better educated staff, the better cigars they will sell. The better educated a consumer, an aficionado, a lover of cigars is, the better ability he will have or she would have to identify that cigar that's right for them. Because not every cigar is for everyone. We all have different palates. But that level of education, understanding the process, the origin, the provenance, the artistry, the artisanal aspects to it, and the tobaccos that go in there allow you to be in a better position to find the cigar that works for you. And it applies to staffs. Yeah, I've been to stores in the US, incredible size. If you know what you want, great. If you don't, I've been asking questions. Sometimes I go sort of incognito and I start asking, and they tell me, you must work for a cigar company. Nobody asks these many questions because most of them don't know. So I think there's an opportunity to educate the members of the industry working these fantastic retailers in the US. There's very knowledgeable people, but there's an opportunity to further deepen their understanding and their knowledge. And that's our mission, bringing education, quality cigar education to all. And if we can get, we always try to aim to the moon, but if we get to Australia, that's good enough.
No,
At
it's
least
great.
we get
It's a tremendous value to the industry, and I tell you, as I'm going to go back and watch that first module and
Thank you, sir.
allow my. I have a lot of assumed knowledge. People think just because I'm old, I'm smart, which is a nice benefit of getting older. But the reality is, I learn so much every time I sit with somebody in this. I learned so much from Herklotz this morning, and then Nick sat down, and we had I'm always edified by talking to Nick Melillo. I mean, the guy is
And I could speak for hours.
a renaissance man. He's just a lovely human. And then Lito, last year we sat with Lito,
Oh, I love Lito.
and we're going to sit with Lito Jr. this afternoon.
Okay.
And Lito and Antonio did a session with us last year that I think it was only about an hour and a half.
Oh, wow.
But it was beautiful for us because Boveda is just an asterisk on the cannabis industry. We have the privilege of working with these luminaries that have this craft that they deliver, and we get to ride along. It's such a privilege for us. So it's intriguing that you talk the way you do about being a servant, because that's really the way we look at our place in the industry, and it's the best place to be.
But I think you're very humble, and I appreciate that. But I have to say, Boveda to me, you know, we have accessories in the tobacco world, cutters, lighters, and then you have essentials. The preservation of a cigar in its right condition, to me, that's essential. How you cut it, what you use to cut it, what you use to light it. I cut it with my fingers, quite genuinely. I light it with a big lighter. That's okay. It's nice. If you have something shiny and beautiful, I respect it and I love it because it's good for the industry. But the real essential is preserving its humidity. It's quite simple. Salt and the brilliance of Boveda, team Sean and the team and yourselves coming with this. I think it's an essential of the industry. And indeed, we are servants. The cigar makers are really the engine. We're sort of around it, trying to share that knowledge, trying to protect it, help them get what they need to get to. But we're very fortunate to be part of it.
Super fortunate.
Incredibly fortunate.
I'm grateful. Ricardo, thank you for being such a lovely human being, first and
Thank you,
foremost.
sir. You are as well.
I look forward to doing this again as the story continues to unfold, because I really think we need to become more educated in our understanding of the Mexican tobacco world.
Thank you.
And I would look forward to getting a lot of that knowledge from you, because you're on my favorites. I check what you're up to all the time
Okay.
on the gizmo.
Yep.
And I'm so old fashioned.
Well, I look forward to that as well. I mean, honestly, I admire what you do. I think having a space in the middle of a very busy trade show to pause, to recollect our thoughts, to have someone that has that ability to ask the right question. It's almost like a humble inquiry.
Well, just recontextualizing. I mean, so much of life is about looking at what is and taking a deep breath and going, what's basic, what's real, what's true, what's important. Why do we care about that? And the theme that's come home again and again today, it is the theme for 2025 Premium Cigar Association meeting here in New Orleans. It's connection. It's the privilege of having access to these people that are so lovely, and you're certainly in that number. And I'm just filled with gratitude. So
I am humbled by your generosity in what you're saying, and I take it with a lot of privilege, and I take it with a sense of commitment, because it is a mission we're on. And for me now, Mexican tobacco deserves that love, deserves that time, that pause to try to understand it. And whatever I can do with the support and the guidance of the Turrents to bring that to the cigar world, it's nothing but, again, a privilege and an honor to do it. So I look forward to our next conversations. Hopefully by the next time, there might be a couple of things that you can try that maybe I played part in. That will be fun.
that'll be fun.
And
Yeah, you've got something cooking. I don't want to tip it over, but I've seen a few of your conversations with Ronaldo.
Mr. MacDonald, Ranald, the chief clan tenants of Scotland.
Yeah.
They're very important.
So then, were you a part of this idea to meet the makers, the deal that Scott Vine's working on? And
So that was a project. The first edition of something similar happened, and I attended that one. I was still at the embassy in 2018.
so you were a part
I
of it.
attended the first one. Alejandro was there. That's when I met him in Scotland. So the second one, which is
What a-
happening this year in June, Meet
Beautiful.
the Makers. Beautiful castle in Scotland. I recommend anyone that wants to go and experience tobacco and the best whiskeys in the world, that's the place to go. So we were part of the initial project in developing it, and then I passed the torch to Carlos Zúñiga, brilliant man from Nicaragua who's now working with Toro Imports. So it's going
Well,
to be
then you got Sean. Sean got involved. He's going to
going.
be a part of it.
fantastic.
Yeah, it's
Alejandro Turrent is going to be there as well.
Oh, that's great.
I think Lito and many other people. It's going to
Lito's
be
part of it. Yep. And Robert Caldwell.
yeah. So I
Yep.
think it's going to brilliant group of people connecting with each other. So I think it's going to be fun. Sadly, I cannot be on this one, but hopefully the next one I'll get a chance to be
Well, I
there.
hope you'll keep us in the know about what you're working on. It'll be our delight to be a part of your unfolding story.
Thank you.
Blessings to you and your family, and thank you so much for joining us at PCA.
Thank you very much, sir.
Right. I
Really,
appreciate it,
really
buddy.
enjoyed it. Thank
Yeah,
you so much.
Yeah, right on.
Thank you.
We're going to do more. Don't get too comfortable. Did you get him to smile? You had all sorts of looks.
Thank
You
you.
seem like you kept your composure well. Was he giving you a hard time?
Terrible. He was distracting me. He
So
was making
while we were
faces.
talking, my nephew's college roommate came up and stood right there. So I haven't seen the guy in years. So I got to track him down.
No, well, thank you, Ray.
Yeah,
Appreciate the
it's just a
time.
treat.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah,
Really enjoyed it.
There'll be more if there's ever.
Yes, I will welcome that. Honestly, I think when
Yeah.
we do this thing with Scotland,
Do you have powder for his head?
You got a little bit. It's looking great.
My nose okay.
Greetings from New Orleans, Louisiana. This is the 2025 Premium Cigar Association, PCA, and we are live on set at the Boveda booth with Scott Vines, who is an icon in the UK in the cigar industry. Scott, thank you and welcome to our booth. We appreciate our relationship that we've had for so long.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Sean. Thank you, Tim.
Yes.
I'm here with the two co-founders of Boveda. We're very proud that Tor have been the distributor for many, many, many years. And we're very proud, cigars and Boveda go together like fish and chips, as they say. So, but we're here for Meet the Makers.
Yes.
So, gentlemen, where are you going to be on the 26th of July?
Well, I could tell you right now where we're going to be. Of course, we are going to be for the first time in our life anyway in Scotland,
Yes.
in Edinburgh, and that's the correct pronunciation of it. And we are going to be there in a very special event. We're going to spend time with royalty in the cigar industry, the masters in the cigar industry, and the barons of whiskey in Scotland. And it's going to be just a special event. If you like the finer things in life like cigars and whiskey, that's the place to be, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time. So to give a little bit of background to Scott, Scott is with Tor Imports, which is a distributor in the UK of cigars and accessories. And we've worked with Scott for how many years now?
I think it's 12 or 13 now.
Yeah, about 13 years. And he's a wonderful individual. And we're so excited about this summer because, as Sean said, we've never been to Scotland. And we're excited to go. But the event that they're putting on called Meet the Makers is going to be truly a unique event, bringing back, like Sean said, the cigar royalty with the barons of whiskey. So it's a match made in heaven. I mean, how great is that? You're going to be hanging out with people, smoking cigars and tasting whiskey. I mean, it's beautiful.
Yeah, the concept is very straightforward. That we see this as a marriage in the home of whiskey, which is Scotland.
Yes.
You can't do this in any other country. We have a castle, allegedly my own, but it's maybe true, maybe not. So we're going to meet in the castle, and during the day we're going to have a marriage of the two artisanal products, the cigar and the whiskey. And then in the evening we're going to have a celebration of the marriage where we pair everything together and we bring the real Scottish festivities together with Ceilidh, and you can Google that, what that is. We've got some magical bands, we have auction items, and it's important. This is a not-for-profit event. Okay, so all the money is going to two charities in Scotland and to a charity in Nicaragua, which we support in Estrella. So we encourage people to sign up. It's the 26th of July. MeetTheMakersUK.com is the website. It's got all the details. You'll see the 13 cigar makers that are coming over, from Lito Gomez to AJ Fernandez to Juan Martinez to the gentleman sitting at this table with me. It's an incredible lineup which we're very proud that we've been able to put together. And they're going to be pairing their products, their cigars, with some of the finest whiskies you can buy on this planet. Okay? So we're very appreciative of the support from Boveda to make this event happen. And if you're watching this, MeetTheMakersUK.com. Google it, buy your ticket, jump on a plane. What else could you do on the 26th of July?
That's right. Perfect time of year over there as well.
Yeah, isn't July the best month of weather in Scotland?
We have booked the 1 day of sunshine that's guaranteed. And we have the whole team back in the UK doing sun dances every hour, on the hour, until the 26th of July. So there you go. Thank you.
So if you have any interest in this, please, we hope to see you there.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look forward to it, Scott. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sorry about these other sticks that are sitting here.
You know,
Unshine my head.
thank you.
Is my head shiny?
No, my head is shiny apparently.
What is that about?
I don't know.
You've been putting head shine on there?
A little bit. I'm
Yeah.
thinking of going bald. Have you seen Eddie Guerra? He makes it look good.
He joined your team.
Did.
Yeah, that's kind of a coup.
That was a very well planned and hard fought battle that I won.
How great is that?
Feels great. You know, I needed somebody that kind of shared my vision in a lot of
Right.
the things, but
You're
also with an artistic viewpoint, you know? And he's the guy, his track record is quite unbelievable. And more importantly, we've been friends for a long time. And I feel like with a family business, it's nice to work with people that you can relate to more than just on a professional level, especially an exec.
All right, so now I'm distracted because of this.
I know, I figured.
I'm excited. So you know what happened? I started smelling this. So for those of you watching at home
We're live.
or office or in the car, watch the road. The gentleman sitting across from me is Lito Gomez Jr. Lito Jr.
Lito Jr., Lito Gomez Jr., Lito's kid, the idiot on the floor, all the above.
I happen to be a junior. Okay,
There's nothing wrong with being a junior.
you can
It's
take
such a
yours
beautiful
off.
thing.
I'll take mine off.
There we go.
You want to go?
Let's go.
Let's
We're taking
go.
our clothes off. Let's
All right, let's go.
finish the battle, bro.
So I'm delighted to see you.
Likewise.
Last time I saw you, we were in Dortmund, Germany.
Drinking eating pork knuckle, drinking hoovels until it was drinking pork knuckle and eating hoovels.
That was a long night for you.
All
was
the
a lot
nights
of fun.
were. Yeah, because that's when I drove to Dusseldorf to fly out. I will say we're live, right?
Yeah, we've been on for an hour.
Cool. Sick. I will say the Dusseldorf airport. It's like why, you
And
know?
now
you
a
know, you
word
look at
about
things-
Germans. Okay,
Now, onto the Germans.
we love Germans.
I do love Germany. Our Dusseldorf airport should be destroyed, leveled, flattened, obviously in a safe manner, right? But yeah, that was a good trip. It was nice because that's when we first met.
That's where I had this cigar first.
That's when we first.
I had
smoked
two
solo
first at
cigar
that
there.
dinner.
Yeah,
I smoked this, and then your little brother gave me,
big brother.
well, Antonio.
Yeah, little in the mind. You're right.
But he this was before he got married, and he gave
Yeah.
me the Andalusian Bull.
Yeah, so congrats. You smoked two impossible cigars to find within 30
They didn't
minutes.
exist.
They don't exist. No, they don't.
This let's talk about this cigar for a second, then we'll talk about the chip on my shoulder from being the baby of the family.
Yeah.
This is your first blend. This wasn't your first blend, but it's the first blend that passed muster with dad and brother, correct?
Essentially, yeah. So we launched just Solis in 2022. It was conceived in 2018, but because of COVID and FDA regulation that changed the smoking age from 18 to 21, the year we were supposed to release it, and a bunch of other factors out of our control, we weren't able to release it until 2022. What we're smoking is the Long Day, which is a little private thing I like to smoke for myself and my dear friends.
Is this coming out commercially?
Not yet. We're thinking about it. We'll tell the story behind it in a little bit of why we even want to do this, but it's very special to me. The Solus in general has been a giant part of my life, to say the least. And
Dude, this is
crushing
so
it.
tasty.
Yeah.
You know this is
I
tasty.
know, yeah.
But
We
what's
wouldn't make anything if it wasn't that tasty. That's
but what's the can you talk about the
Yeah, can I get a lighter?
Yeah.
Thank you. So the blend on this, is very unique, right? Or it was at the time for us. This was right before we had La Flor really jumped in. We had some Ecuadorian wrapper blends, but this was before we really dove in like we have today and day. And the wrapper on it is a Habano grown at the ASP farm in Ecuador. Um, David Perez, one of the greatest tobacco growers in our generation, the industry, and as a person, even better, you know? So it's great when, in general, this is my favorite wrapper, and it makes it even better and more enjoyable when you love the person you're working with, right? Like,
That
let's
is
look
cool.
at our industry. That's all that really matters at the end of the day. And in true LFD fashion, the binder of this is an Ecuadorian Sumatra. So, brief history lesson. Ecuadorian Sumatra is the wrapper on the most famous cigar ever. Not really, but in our eyes, right? The Habanero. Which kind of, in my eyes, when I look at it, it really changed the cigar industry back in the day, and it's one of our fastest selling core products, and it is LFD in many ways. So this cigar to me, the Solus that we're smoking, the Solus, the one for commercial purchasing, it was really special because of the way I blended it, right? It was my first time blending a cigar. And how it went down is for years I had been bothering my father. I want to blend a cigar. I want to blend a cigar. Obviously, he's like, you have no idea what you're talking about. You know,
I can hear him saying it.
he's like, yeah, bro, one day, yeah, no. And one day you'll be able to do it. And I had been smoking for a while. I'm not going to get into the age or anything. I'm not trying to get the podcast shut down, unfortunately. But so I had an idea, and I approached him in 2000, summer 2018. Because when I was in high school, I would spend all my summers in the DR. It's where I felt happy, and it's where I wanted to be.
Right.
You know, with my brother who moved there 13 years ago, and most importantly, my father. You know, and that country has given so much to me that it's always felt like home. And we sit down, and my dad's like, "Okay, you want to do it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I want to do it." He's like, "All right, we'll do it the right way." I did not know what the right way. What he meant by that. So I'm like, okay, great. I already had a notes full of like 8 different blends. I showed him. He said, yeah, shut up. No, you're doing it my way, okay? And then we go to the rolling room.
That's a very good imitation of
It's
Lito.
the best. The best. I've had some practice. So I walk into the rolling room. We have this. Have you been to the factory? Not
No.
yet, right? Okay.
No,
We'll work on
I'd
that.
love to, by the way.
We'll work on that.
Yeah.
We need you there.
I'm needed in
And he's needed. Look at that. So there's this giant table in the middle of our factory, the rolling room. It used to be a nightclub. So there was a stage in the middle, like a dance floor that was lifted, and there's a giant table in the middle of it. Bro, there was a shrew, they call it pachuche, of every cigar leaf, every tobacco leaf that we had in that factory. It's like 400 leaves, and my dad just points. I'm looking at him like, no. So yeah, you got to smoke them all, one
you
by
had
one.
to start at the beginning.
Yeah, it was very painful.
How long did it take you to do it?
For the initial, even somewhat of a prototype, 2 weeks, and every day, 12 hours a day, there going back and forth between wrappers and filler and the binders.
So he has an approach that is comprehensive, and you go through all of the.
Yeah. And for us, whenever, like, I'm not even gonna put myself on that pedestal. Belito and Tony, you know, they don't gotta smoke anything. They know they smoke when we get something new in, and when it's a new crop, of course. But they know what everything tastes like. Yet when we're doing a brand new project, that's how we do it every time, just so that we completely clear the mind, make sure all the clouds are gone, and start from fresh, and we're able to really find something that we like. And
it's not like you're doing something else at the time.
No.
You're focused on tasting.
No. When we're blending, we're blending.
And you're tasting different.
Oh, yeah. My experience was, from scratch. I needed my father, and this is just, he was on here last year, and he explained his philosophy to his life and his kids, and like, it really is a special thing, and it's a thing I'm very thankful for, because for anything it is, anything that we voluntarily sign up to do, we need to do it the right way. And this was just another expression of that, and I'm very thankful for that experience. even though I vomited a good 100 times in 2 weeks, I am very thankful for that.
So basically, the way that works is dad and brother are basically busting your chops in a nice way, but encouraging you along. And did did Tony go through that too?
Yeah, actually, although we joke, I have a lot of sympathy with my brother because he's 13 years older than me. So Lito's fatherhood, it's a little different, And
Yeah.
the best story is that at the time my brother first went down to the factory, the LG, the fabled LG, was the strongest cigar that we had made at the time.
Yep.
My brother's like 15, and my father's like, yeah, Bonnie, I want you to try this cigar, okay? It's very, very important that you try this. He'd never smoked a cigar before. And my father's like, hey, yeah, if you want to truly understand the taste of the cigar, you need to inhale the whole thing. My
Ooh.
poor brother, my poor brother
That's not
inhaled the whole thing. The guy was dying from
Yeah, that's not good.
So like the whole like it busting chops, I don't really see it like that. I see it as there's always a right way of doing things. Usually the hard way is the right way. And that's just something.
So okay, stop there because this is reminiscent of the discussion with your father about working hard. He's got very specific ideas about how to
Yeah.
do things.
Yeah.
When did you buy in?
I bought in. Like if we jump in the relationship with me and my father, amazing, great. He's always been my hero. And growing up, his responsibility is to provide for us. And how do you do that? You're in the Dominican Republic all the time.
Right.
And like as a kid, it's not always easy to understand. There's certainly moments when I was younger where there was a thing, but at the end of the day, like when all's said and done, it was kind of the premise like, does he want to be there? Absolutely not. He's providing for his wife and his kids. And that was something that, we're talking about the work hard thing that ever since I was born, that's been my life. And yeah, people say, oh, but like, it didn't bother you. Yeah. There's a time and place where things piss you off, right? And we had our moments, but seeing him have to leave everything he loved every week to go do his work and do it the right way was something I'll never forget. And it's something that if we go down all his quotes and whatnot, it's just like the one that really stands out to me is kind of, okay, the story of when he was a busboy. Okay, I want to be a waiter. How do I be a waiter? I got to be the best one. Okay, I want to be a manager. How do I be a manager? I got to be the best waiter. And like those are things I wake up thinking about.
His response to any resistance in life was, I didn't work hard enough.
Yeah, and that's, I've been blessed in my life, and I have not had the challenges that he has had. I will be the first to admit that. But at the same time, that is something that is true. It's true. At the end of the day, all said and done, you can blame everybody. But the only person you should blame or compare yourself to is yourself.
Right.
And I think he's done a phenomenal job in instilling that in us. And no matter what, anything, that I'm so thankful of the way he is. More importantly, not the cigar maker, the father.
It's a
yeah.
trip when you think about it, because your dad was 47 when he had you, 46.
My dad?
Yeah.
He would
So he's 70, right?
71.
He's 71 minus 24.
Yeah, so he's like 38. 37.
My dad was 48 when I was born. I'm the youngest of 7.
Oh shit.
There's 22 years between the oldest and the
That
youngest.
is a tough one.
We talked about this in Dortmund.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's
yeah.
where the real connection was. It was just like, I just look at this opportunity to come of age in such a really straightforward and cool tradition. I mean,
Yeah.
it's an awesome opportunity.
Yeah.
It's also like, you sure you're biting off? You know what I mean? It's like you got to kind of have a gut check and go, yeah, this is This is me.
Yeah, like
This
now.
is you.
Yeah. I mean, it really is all surreal, right? And even the little things, right? Which I always think are the most important, like the little wins. It's kind of like on paper, it's not much, but then you're like, holy shit, I did that. Yeah, I'm able to do this.
How old? Do you remember how old your dad was when he made his first cigar?
Yeah, when he opened up the factory.
I don't remember when that was in
He
his
was
life, though.
40 years old, almost 40. So around the same time. 1996.
Yeah. So it's
So, yeah,
when it's when
40,
Boveda
41.
happened. Yeah.
He was in his 40s, and I mean, you've heard the story. It was everything. Everything will always go wrong until one day it goes right,
Yeah.
and that's the story of LFD, right? That's the beauty in all of it, and again, all going back to the Solus, right? That's kind of the same mentality, you know.
And the name, the working name is different than the real name.
Well, the Solus.
Solus, yeah.
No, the LFD's the LFD Solus.
Okay. And the
Long day.
long day.
So the long day is a
Is a different
special
cigar.
one-off that we're smoking now.
This is the long day.
Yes.
Okay.
That I made for myself. The same blend as the Solus, just as phenomenal, even better, honestly. In a format that, again, kind of in a way pays tribute to my father and myself, right?
This is awesome.
It's lights out. And you know why, right? Because like when you shrink the normal Solus, it's a double Toro. So you shrink the ratios. The Habano grown by ASP really shines through, and it's my favorite wrapper. You know, it's the best you could get, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a delicious
the brightness in it,
There is a
that
brightness.
little orange peel on the back.
I went lemon.
Lemon. Either or,
Yeah.
but it's a little like tingliness that you get.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like a nice creaminess without being too much on the palate. Phenomenal, and the size is funny, right? This is a Lonsdale, but it's box press. The reason why I went that route is because growing up, my father, I'm sure you've seen it, he has one cigar that will not leave his mouth.
Cabinet number 3,
The
Cameroon.
Cabinet number 3. It's a little box press Petit Corona.
It's a delicious cigar. I got it in my
Lights
bag.
Lights out. And that's what we all. That's
But
my first cigar.
it's not. It's a little. Is it
This
this
is
size?
a bit longer.
Is it the same size?
No, the long day's a bit longer.
Yeah, but is it the same width?
Yep. Like right there, right on par. And it's
Okay.
box press. So this was kind of like a special thing for me. Just
Yeah, because that cabinet number 3 Cameroon is my. I get it. I know why Lito's so in love with it.
I don't think, and it's also because he drinks like 18 coffees a day.
And
And you
also
can't have a better cigar with coffee than that.
yeah. This is dynamite.
It's good, right?
Yeah. Okay, so you were territory responsibilities in the Northeast.
Yeah, so I began my journey on contract, right? I always like to say that because in the Gomez household, as soon as you could use your thumbs, you're working or packing boxes.
Yeah.
So, you know, I've always been a part and I've always loved it. It was always the highlight of summer, of my days off from school, right? Being in the office and then taking me to the factory was like overload. But I began my journey when I graduated from college in fall 2023. So I hit the road. I got back from a family New Year's trip January 2nd. And then, just my luck, right? And this kind of wraps up how my time has been in the company. Born and raised in Miami.
Right.
Florida boy. I'm like an iguana. If my blood gets a little too cold, I freeze to death. I die. And so my brother, when he finished up college, Florida was a wide open territory. When I finished up college, you know, they had New England and New York. So I got back from a tropical vacation January 2nd. I'm on a plane to Providence, Rhode Island, January 3rd.
So you're going to do New England.
Yeah, I did. That was my first trip. Providence, Rhode Island, January 3rd. Warmest cigar was 19 degrees, and it was raining the whole time.
Yeah, it can be brutal. That can be brutal. Tough on
After
your
50
spirit.
degrees, everything's bone chilling for me.
Yeah.
So it was rough, but you know what? I am so grateful for the people I met in that territory.
So now you're walking into stores that have an experience with LFD, and here you are.
Yeah.
And so you get to learn the other side of the
Yeah.
business from the people that experienced
Yeah.
basically experienced your dad.
100%. And it was cool, you know. Obviously, so like just a little backstory. The special thing about New England was that was really one of the first territories at LFD when we started. That's where we were birthed, essentially. It's mostly New England accounts. So touch back 24 years later when I'm in the business, 30 years later when I'm in the business, I'm seeing all these accounts that took a chance on this crazy cigar maker
Right.
who started making cigars a month before. And, you know, really preaching the story, preaching the product, and just bonding with them all. And New England is the hardest territory in the country
No
by
question.
far. And I could say from where I am now, you know, I've transitioned, and where I am now, I am so grateful for the people, but the experience, because that's where you learn.
Well, and
Right.
you got to see a cool part of the country. I mean, if you drive from Maine to
Beautiful.
eastern New York,
Beautiful.
you see a lot. There's
You feel a lot and you learn a lot.
yeah.
And it's tough. The market up there is tough, man. They don't.
But if you're in the territory, do you go home on weekends or do you stay up there?
Yeah,
So you go home on Friday or Saturday
I would fly back to Miami every Friday.
and head out on Monday.
I had a dry cleaner that was open on Saturdays. Go drop everything off 24-hour, get back on a plane Monday morning. And that was for 8 months. And then
Rental car, hotel.
rental car, hotel, and it was still cheaper than getting a place in New York.
Right.
Of course, why not, right?
Right.
So it was great. I wish it was longer. I loved it. I loved the most important part about the sales, and like not many people really understand it, is like, yeah, retailers extremely important. It's amazing to know what their needs are. But if you're in a factory all day, you're not seeing the guy smoking your cigar.
Right.
You don't know who they are. You don't know what they do, what clothes they wear, like, how they think, what they like. You don't know anything about them, right? So there's a little bit of, just from that, unless you're there, you know, there's a disconnect. And especially with a brand with LFD, you know, it's, when we started, it was blue collar brand. And to hang out with all these guys and to really just sit, like, I talked to the shop owners for 10 minutes. I sit down with the guys. And
No, that's
great.
cool though. You get a whole different perspective. So then you're out there 2+ years, and then
No, 8 months.
that's it.
So the year I joined LFD was a little bit of a turbulent period for us, right? The sales team that we had for some time, we decided to move away and kind of restructure everything on the distribution side while we took the time to properly increase the production and get everything sorted for this year. So by 8 months in, I was the only rep. And in our rep, that was a friend of mine who now he works for us, and he is technically my hire.
That's
Matthew.
oh, I don't know Matthew.
You haven't met Matt. Hey, come by, you'll meet him. This is a great guy. And yeah, so 8 months in, and then my father, it all happened in Germany.
Is that where it did? Really?
So one night we were, there's some inside scoop, by the way, for all you watching. One night we went to the intention of Germany, maybe finding somebody to be a good fit. You know, it's, again, LFD is a very unique environment. Every part of the business is touched by somebody with my last name. So it's very nuanced, and not many people understand the vision like somebody with my last name, like a Gomez.
Right.
So that was a major thing, and we go to Germany, and we're sitting there kind of thinking, and it's the first night. We sit outside of the hotel until 4 a.m. Me, my brother, and my father drinking, just shouting out names at each other. Yes, no, yes, no. You know, there's a lot of great people out there. It's very like, And they looks at me and he's like, I've wanted you to do this the whole time. Could you do it? And like, which it was cool, right? Because like in my family, it's when your work gets noticed, you know, you get rewarded. And I don't need you. I don't need anybody to tell me they're proud or to say all these nice, coddly things. That's just the way I was raised, you know.
I
It's
get
a
it.
beautiful thing. And so for that to happen, it was like, holy shit. Either my dad has lost it or I've done something, right? You know. And so then I thought about it, and after doing some soul searching, I was kind of like, you know what, I could do this. I could do it great, and
So
I'm
it's
good at
since
change.
Germany.
Yeah.
Did you make the change right away?
Oh yeah, we're a complete different company than we were the day before.
So
I
then
said
you go
yes.
back to a warmer climate.
And I go back to a warmer climate, and I'm happy. And number one on the list was, okay, how do I build a company that I want to run? You know, that was the question. And everybody knows this. A lot of people have talked about the back orders, the back order that, the back order this. And at the end of the day, what it came down to was, okay, I can't control what's happening over there. If we have a back order, it's because this is the highest amount of top tier quality cigars we can make right now.
Right.
Because you know, my father will never ever sell
Yeah.
a cigar that he doesn't think is somewhat perfect. And how do I do that? You know, I gotta build back the relationships. I gotta change the distribution to kind of reflect the people who take care of us and
That's
build the
super
culture of La
exciting. Though. What
Flor.
an exciting opportunity.
Yeah, and so that was one of them. Change the back order system. Make sure we're paying respects to those who really build the culture of La Flor in their shop, and they care about us as a family, you know. And the reps, right? We've done a lot of. We kind of changed our rep structure. We're going with a smaller team now. We're gonna have 5 guys, and the whole thing is, look, I want you guys to build a territory that you're proud to run. And put the power in their hands, make sure they're taken care of very well. In case you're watching, the competition's good. Um, but yeah, and now sitting here today at the show, I couldn't sleep last night
Yeah.
because I was like, holy shit. I've been working 12-hour days since Germany, just making sure we were ready, and couldn't sleep last night because I was like, holy shit. Either you're a genius or an idiot. And today, I'm feeling like a genius.
That's good. It's good to feel good. And this is going to hit the market or not?
Should I explain the name?
Well, I love the story. I think it's I think it's endearing.
So-
yeah, I would tell the story.
This is just a personal blend, right? A personal size of format. I hit up the general manager of the rolling room, and I'm like, hey, Alvaro, I need a favor. I want 100 of these, but as a box press Lonsdale. And he knows what Lonsdale is, but like, you go to every tabaquero, Lonsdale's not a thing, you know? They look at you like, huh? So I tell them Lonsdale, they explain the size, and I was actually in my territory, I still rep. I get this bundle, and I'm smoking it with a bunch of dear friends, and I look at the label. There's usually a label right here. These guys wrote long day.
Long day.
So now we all sat around and laughed about it. So, well, you know what? That's a good story. The name's sick. This may be something that you'll see on the shelves towards the end of the year.
I hope it is.
And
I
this
love
is a
the
Boveda
story.
exclusive, by the way. It's the first time I say that.
Right on.
Yeah.
Right on. I hope you guys do. I just
And by the way, I only trust my long days with a Boveda, baby.
oh, that's sweet of you. We've had just so much respect for your family, and
Thank you.
Sean and Tim have had a long and extremely enjoyable relationship
Yeah.
with Lito and Tony. It's just a treat to have you step into that team and the way you're stepping into it, and being the kid with that last name.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Yeah, it is weight, right? But to be honest, I feel weightless. And again, you know, Lito's Lito, Lito Jr.'s Lito Jr., right? And I don't want to ever take shine away from it. I don't want to ever try to be what he is. It's never been the game plan, and it's okay. He has a name for himself. I'll try to get one half as big, right?
Yeah, yeah, and you
that's
will.
the name of the game, you know. That's
And you will, and it's not, you're not alone. I mean, I'm sure even though he has the advantage of being almost a decade older, he's still had the same issues of honoring dad.
my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's cool, right? Because a lot of people ask, so like, wait, you guys are how old? I'm 24. He's 37, so it's a significant gap.
13
but,
years, which in my family is no big deal.
And you understand
I
what I'm
totally
about to say,
get it.
you know, like it's on paper it looks odd, and it's kind of like they don't have a relationship, but especially in the recent years, right? Since I really jumped to the company, it's and him and I recently, it's been nice to kind of open up with him, and we talk about it. Yeah, him and I are the only people who ever have each other's back, and the only people who know what it is to grow up the way we grew up. And for better or for worse, I believe it's a very special thing. And although we like to, you see this, it's nonstop. There's a sibling rivalry,
fun.
and you get it. It's great.
No, it's
I went
fun.
to UM because I'm somewhat educated. He went to FSU, so can't say the same about him. But no, like at the end of the day, I wouldn't be obviously professionally, and neither would La Flor. But I wouldn't be the character or the person I am if it wasn't for him. And he's one of the few people that I really know is there. And we push each other, man, like there's no tomorrow.
I can tell you something as an outside observer with a similar sort of family spread. You have done something exactly the way I perceive your dad did it. And I don't know how conscious it was, but if you were to ask Lito who your number one competitor is in life, it's yourself.
Yeah.
And overcoming yourself. And that's what his story's about. And that's exactly what you've been doing. And at 20, to be there at 24, that's because wasn't he still doing jewelry in his 20s?
24? No, he was a dishwasher.
So it was all restaurant stuff, and then...
Yeah, so he started in Canada or played pro soccer, then dishwasher in Canada.
He leaves the soccer part out.
Always, and he was good. He
That's
was
funny
really
though, that
good.
he leaves it out.
Yeah, and then liquor store, nightclub, jewelry, and then somehow he ended up in cigars. And fun fact, you know who his Bacardi rep was when he owned a liquor shop?
Yes.
Nestor Miranda,
Yeah.
the GOAT.
That's amazing.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, man, that's just how we are.
But he formed relationships with people. He was a man of his word.
Yeah,
It wasn't all sunny. There's a lot of
It's
pain.
not. And the beautiful thing about my father is he won't ever sugarcoat anything, right? And he, like, if he doesn't like someone, he'll tell them. If he loves somebody, he'll tell them.
Yep.
And there is no hiding it. And I think that's so rare in this world, especially in our industry now. You know, our industry, it built on a gentleman's handshake.
Yep.
Nowadays, it is becoming a little rare. And I think his success is because he's never, when he was the dishwasher who was an illegal immigrant, he didn't want to act like that guy, like the guy who had it all. He knew who he was, and he's always known who he was. Now that he is that guy, he still acts like the
He doesn't
dishwasher.
act like that guy.
But back then, he never said, "I'm not gonna act like that guy. I will be that guy."
Yeah.
And you know, it's things like that that I mean this when I say it. I think about it every day. I wake up. My favorite thing about my father, and you look at the story of LFD is, and I will use a curse word. I'm sorry for the listeners. So, am I good?
I'm
cool.
good.
So, like, if you look at LFD, how we made something out of nothing, and we did it our way. So every time somebody tells you no or that you can't do something, yeah, fuck you. And every morning I look at myself, I'm like, all right, you don't think you can do this? Yeah, fuck you. Let's go. And it's the most special thing to be able to live like that, and to see that somebody above you has done that and succeeded.
Mm.
And I will throw in credit, you know, my mother Ines, Rob, she's my boss directly. She's the exact same way, but she was also an immigrant. And both of them, every time somebody said no, yeah, right here, buddy. That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it is a beautiful thing.
It's a rare
commitment, resolve. I mean, it's good stuff. Lido Gomez Jr., Lido Jr. Dude, I can tell you this without hesitation. After spending time having the opportunity to meet each of your parents, you and your brother, and just to watch and to listen and to see and to get it, it's like I got nothing but respect.
Thank you.
Yeah, much respect. And you know our game. We'll do whatever we can to back you up.
And I will say, all the credit of my family, right? I don't think there's a single person on the Boveda team that I do not love.
Isn't that cool?
I love it.
We've been blessed with a group of people.
House has been great. Drew, you've been phenomenal.
Stouse in the house.
The Swale brothers.
Have you gotten to know this one yet?
The whole
Charlie?
team.
Have you gotten to know Charlie?
Charlie's the man.
Charlie's the brand manager for tobacco now. So I mean, he's a big deal. Stouse is a huge deal.
Who am I? You should have Charlie in this seat, bro.
Yeah,
what
no,
are we doing here?
we'll get there. Late Tuesday, we're doing an interview with Charlie.
And look, back to what I was saying, like it was cool for me to see the shops that said, yeah, we're in with you guys. It's cool to sit here with you guys and say thank you for giving my psychopath of a father and my family a chance.
It's
and
a gift.
We hope we've made you guys happy and proud.
No, it's been a real privilege for us, and we always approach it that way. Sean and Tim, you know those guys. They're just they don't get better.
No, you can't. You can't.
So we're blessed. You're blessed, buddy. You look good. You sound good.
Trying to look like you, man. That's kind of the name of the game.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. Yeah, just bring ice chips when you visit me at the home. It'll be fun. I love you, man. Good job.
Yeah. Is that a wrap?
It can be. It doesn't have to be. We're live streaming. We can talk
down
about
with
anything.
whatever you do.
What do you want to talk about?
Okay.
You want to talk about you want to talk about anything new?
Jesus Christ. I'm here, the VP of Retail Partnerships and Sales. I don't even talk about the new product, of course, right?
Let's talk about new things.
All right, the new product is
enough of this love business.
What?
Enough of this love business.
Yeah,
let's
enough
talk
with
about
the love, right? All right.
Let's put some numbers on the board.
We have a new cigar you got to buy. That's it. I'm kidding.
What is it?
So look, the Suave. And a little bit of a history lesson, right? Because the Suave is kind of a historic name. It's a historic line for us. So, history lesson, right? Back in 1994, the prototype Dominican cigar was a Connecticut shade wrapper on top of a very mild cigar. Obviously, people know La Flor because we were the ones, again, the whole mentality of, I'm doing it my way. That we changed the perception of DR later on. But the Suave the premium line was the first cigar we ever came out with. And then we transitioned it into the Suave. We rebranded it a bunch of years ago. And 2 years ago, we're all sitting around and we're kind of like, all right, how about the Suave, right? Because when you first started smoking cigars, was your palate where it is today? I assume nobody in this freaking convention centers is the same. And a lot of people forget, with a company like La Flor, we don't make things for other people to like. We make things so that whenever we run out of what we're smoking, we can grab something else and we love it just as much, right? So we're sitting around, we're like, well, we can never, ever, touch this brand, but how about, what if we were to blend this now with the same intention of 30 years ago? That's what we did. To kind of reflect our changes as manufacturers, in our palates as people, and the whole success story of La Flor 31 years later. So the Suave, brand new packaging, brand new blend. It's an Ecuadorian. So in the line, there's 3 naturals and 2 maduros. The sizes are the same names, haven't changed them. The Máximo, Maceo, y Gobernador, they are all the naturals. And it has an Ecuadorian Rojo Claro, on top of a San Andres and Negro binder. And all the filler tobacco is always from our farm, man. That's what makes LFD LFD. And you can't replicate it anywhere. You can't. The Gran Maduros is a San Andres wrapper on top of a Jalapa binder, which, if you know La Flor, you know very rarely do we use Nicaraguan tobacco. So we're very excited about this. And again, man, it's beautiful because 30 years later, we have the same intention of mind, and the cigar comes out totally different and what we see it today. And more importantly, it's us. It's not anything else. It is us. And back to the whole theme of the conversation, it's the name of the game. And I'm very excited about it. Price point, beautiful. I think the Maceo, which is almost Corona, is like $8.40.
Accessible.
Extremely, and highest quality you could get. It's not even a budget cigars. We haven't changed prices, and we didn't want to change prices because we understand what's going on. We understand how the game is, and we're here for you guys as much as you guys are here for us, and we appreciate it.
That's awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to trying those. I have not had that experience. My first experience with an LFD cigar was a chisel.
What did you think of the chisel?
So I was blown away when I realized you could squeeze the end of the chisel and open it up to smoke it.
Did I show you that?
No, I learned it.
Okay.
But it was way down the road from after I had tried it. And I always got intimidated by that double Ajero label.
Yeah.
And I realized that there's nothing to be afraid of. It's
No. And with that, I feel like there's a big misconception that like a full body cigar needs to be harsh. I don't know who in the world, whoever the world said that. Yeah, it's one of the smoothest. It's full body.
Yeah,
it'll kick your ass.
It's a lot, but it's not.
It's not harsh. It's smooth on the palate. It's refined. It's a beautiful cigar, and the Doble Ligero is us. And the chisel, there's another big. It's hilarious to me. All the not conspiracies, but the romanticism behind it. Everyone's like, oh, like they made it so that you could like punch a hole in it. And this is true, by the way. I don't know if that's not why we made it, but it's true. You punch a hole on the top and smoke it just like that. It's cold air hitting the roof of the palate.
Interesting.
I don't know if I'm a fan, but is it cool? Yeah. Can you smoke
cool.
a cigar like that? No.
That's true.
And so I would hear stories like that. I'm thinking about my father. I'm thinking about a chisel. I'm like, oh yeah, we don't carry cutters or lighters, bro. He made the chisel, so we don't need the cutters. Flip it open and you're done.
Yeah, it's like Tim and Sean rarely use a cutter. They're always just.
I always pick.
Yeah.
And you know why? Because if I had nice cutters, my father would take every single one of them and lose them 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
So we got to adapt. Charles Darwin.
That's right. That's right.
But no, so that's kind of thing with the chisel. And the other like benefit is, I want to clarify this, right? Because you look at it, human nature tells you to think, oh, that's about to be plugged because it tapers down and It's a sharp taper. It ain't gradual, or it is, but not. And no, it's not. What it does is it shoots the smoke into your mouth. So it kind of smokes it for you, which is great. So if you're feeling really lazy, that's the cigar you go with. That's good.
I've loved your cigars. I loved that cabinet number 3, obviously. But then Sean gave me an old LG.
LG.
It's a hell of a cigar.
So the LG is very. There's a last bit, right? The LGs we're releasing the new version soon. I know people keep asking. It's coming. But when you have a cigar with the name of the owner of a company, they're going to be very anal about it.
Yeah.
So I get a new blend every month. I'm like, oh, this is great. He'll smoke it again. He's like, yeah, no, it sucks. The guy can taste something that probably isn't even there, but that's all that matters. And with us, it needs to be perfect. There's not going to be any shortcuts. And the LG is special because, it's one of the first times that wrapper was grown in the Dominican Republic to be pretty large, elastic, and more importantly, in the true LFD fashion, have flavor.
Yeah,
So it was a full body wrapper,
it's a hell of a smoke.
full body wrapper, and it's absolutely phenomenal. I'm excited for all you guys to try the LG. And
Can't wait to smoke more of your cigars. Can't wait to watch.
can you do
keep
me a
hitting the
favor and
weights.
come by the booth later?
Yeah.
That's cute.
Where is the booth? Down there in the
yeah,
corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A
I'll
little
come
bit
down
towards
there.
the end. All right.
I'll come down there. Who else is here?
The whole family.
Everybody's here.
Yeah.
We'll head down there.
Beautiful.
Yeah, the Boveda love for the Gomez family is.
We miss you in the factory.
I got to come and see it. I got to come to Dominican Republic. Matt, we got to go to Dominican Republic. We got to do a documentary.
You're invited. We should do one of these and more in depth over there.
So what we'll do is we'll get all the bulk recording from this conversation. Matt will make a couple of cuts for you. We'll give the rest of it to you. You can do whatever you want with it on social. Tag us. We'll blow it up to our best of our ability.
Would love it.
It's a big part of the process of keeping the name.
Yeah, you guys
in front
did a
of the-
great job. I was so honored when you asked me to do this because, like,
Well, I was going to point at Staus because Staus has been, since we sat there, Staus has been. We got to
Staus is
do
my
that.
guy. Staus is my guy.
Yeah,
Sorry, Tim Swale and Swale and Co. Staus is my guy now.
yeah.
And Drew, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was really cool, especially after how beautiful the interview with my father was.
That was
special.
cool.
It was special.
So if you ever get in a street fight, call us. We'll come help.
Love you, dude.
Yeah, love you too.
Love you.
Thanks.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, right
I'm
on.
really honored.
Lito Gomez Jr., PCA 2025, New Orleans, Louisiana.
It's been a pleasure. Love you all.
Yeah, right on. Thanks, Matt. You need a cutter? You don't cut.
You know what? It's really interesting that people who works in the tobacco industry, it doesn't have a cutter all the time.
No, Sean and Tim never use a cutter.
I never use a cutter. I never bite it,
But
but
you use your thumb now.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah, and it works.
These are delicious.
Thank you so much. You know what you smoking
I
this
have
year?
no idea.
No? Well, so first of all, thank you so much
Thank you.
for this amazing opportunity. I'm really glad that you have the star.
I had it on when you got here. I didn't put it on for you. I had it
Thank
on all
you.
day.
Thank you. Since last year.
It hasn't, well, it's actually a tell that I haven't cleaned this suit. That's kind of disturbing.
Well,
Anyway, I digress. Go ahead.
but it works, and I'm really happy when I saw you with the star. Thank you so much, because for me it's really special, because that is a family.
Estrella.
Yeah, which is my family, Estrella.
A star.
It's a star, exactly. When I see that, and some people that I really admire, love, you guys are amazing, and I'm feel so happy, and thank you so much.
Well, it's
Again.
fun. It's not often. We've got a lot of people that have a lot of gravitas in the cannabis industry that we deal with, but it's rare that we have an actual star or somebody that's been in theater or in the movies or
Yeah.
it's a big deal for us.
Yes.
So we just try to be cool and not act overly excited.
Right. We don't act to be cool. We are. So why not?
Why not?
If you're like people say, if you're special, why are you gonna say no? I'm okay. I'm a good person. No, you're special.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. Good. Well, so there you go.
Since our last episode of Box Press,
Yes.
what's happened?
What's happened right now? The cigar that you have in your hands, which is Puerto Real Classic, the blend. It's a special blend from the Dominican Republic and Nicaragua. The master blend is Mario Estrella, which is my brother. He's amazing. And what you're smoking is a blend between Dominican tobacco and Nicaragua. You have a binder, which is a Corojo. And the reason why is because it was one of my dad's favorite tobacco. And the wrapper, it's a Habano from Ecuador. So why we got this blend? This is the traditional blends from Estrella family, Puerto Real cigar. And it's because my dad created that blend in 1994, long time ago. But for real, everybody knows for a long time how we can keep the blend like that. It's because we use the same tobacco, or at least the same type of tobacco. We blend it with the tobacco what my dad loved at that time.
Yep.
So that's why that is the cigars that we have it, and it's been doing really good. Actually, this one it was the first blend, and after the classic, the Connecticut shape came, and then the Maduro one, which is this one you smoked last year.
Oh, I loved it. I like this.
I got more for you, more Maduros too.
No, that's good. That's good. As a United Tobacco.
United Tobacco, yeah, that's the main company. And what United Tobacco doing right now? We supporting others' brands. We are a solution for the industries, meaning that we do logistic, importation, exportation. We open up all our channels, even China, for example. And how we do it, we have an office over there. And what we do it, for example, any company that is buying boxes or bags, we do everything from China to Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, or U.S. So what we're looking for with the United Tobacco is not just to be a distribution company. It's also how we can support the other people, our friends. We also do manufacturing cigars in Dominican Republic and Nicaragua. My brother, he handled that part. And I think we're doing good. We working every day, we're happy, family's growing, and our customers, they are happy. That's what they said.
And I got to meet your beautiful wife.
Thank you so
That
much.
was fabulous.
Yes.
You talked about her last time.
Yes, she's amazing. She smokes cigars.
And, she keeps an eye on you. She makes sure your star's straight,
Yes.
everything's buttoned up properly.
Yes. Right now, that's why I said the family is growing, because the team, it's amazing team that we have right now. It's not just, well, my wife, well, my brother, my sister, my mom, our friends. That is what we're looking for, what we like to give, a friendship. When somebody come to us and then start working with us, feels like a family, and they can come with us. They can ask me whatever they want, and then we go forward. So
Well, that's the formula for success in this industry. I mean, all of the legacy houses that have been successful at consistently producing quality cigars are relying on that same attitude, that same ethic of family and friendship and goodwill. I mean, it's impressive.
yes,
In this industry. It's really impressive.
yes, yes,
There's a lot of respect in the room.
Oh yeah,
You know, I saw you talking to Ricardo Carioni.
yes.
The guy's
He's a master.
he's fabulous.
He's an amazing guy.
He would never call himself a master, as we learned in our interview with him.
Yeah, but people that, I mean, he's amazing. For me, he's a master because he
Yeah.
knows a lot. But the beauty part of people like him, for example, it's he's humble. He's always working. He's always learning, and he's always supporting the others. That's what we're looking for. We support each other. How beautiful it is.
It's really beautiful.
It's like with you guys. We support each other. The good thing with Boveda is this. I always said this. How we support each other, because you help us with this amazing item, but we also support the brand when we want to be part of something nice, something good, a solution. And that's why,
Yeah,
we are together.
it works. It's
Exactly.
been good. It's good. It's good to see you. It's good to hear you. You're
Thank
excited.
you. Yes, I'm so happy. I'm excited. More things coming. We have a new project that's coming, which is in the TV and the movie stuff and all of that. I'm producing a documentary about music, more Hispanic music. So the cigars that will be there, and also, well, I have an announcement for you. So
This is a scoop.
what's that?
It's a scoop. It's a scoop. It's a announcement.
It's an announcement.
It's an announcement.
Yeah, it's an announcement for all of you guys. We're gonna enjoy this, and for sure you're gonna receive this. We have a new blend, but it's a new edition, which is a Puerto Real. It's called Puerto Real Formula. And why is a Formula? It's because the Formula One,
Racing.
the racing cars
Yeah,
and all of
Formula
that. Yes. So F1 is really popular right now. But how you enjoy? Have you ever enjoyed the F1 with a cigar? All the time, right?
Right.
So imagine when you see all the cars and everything with a cigar, it's way better. So we create a box with the Formula One idea
Beautiful.
and all of that. So we're gonna be on the market after Formula One in Miami. We're gonna be in the market, so it will be amazing.
Make sure the tobacco brand manager knows about the Formula One.
Yes,
The Formula One series is coming from Puerto Real.
yes. So
Formula
from
One.
Puerto Real, what's a Formula One? Formula One. So we're gonna have a edition with that idea because I love cars. That's one of the things.
What was missing? We have the movies, we have the music, we have the cigars, now we have the cars.
And I got friends like you guys. That's the most important
Next thing you know, there'll be a watch.
Well, you have it.
Go ahead.
There you go. We got this watch. I don't know why he likes to ask me some difficult questions.
Make it easy.
This is the watch. We created that one last year. This watch is a special edition. It's a Puerto Real special edition. And the idea was when we create this one, it's an honor my dad name. His name is Emmanuel Estrella. He passed away 7 years ago. But the idea is that the watch, it's something that we always gonna have with us. The name of the watch is in Spanish, El Tiempo es Oro, which is the time is gold. So that is the most valuable thing that we have every day, time. So
It's a
that's
beautiful watch.
thank you. That's why we appreciate smoking a cigar with the watch.
Let's leave it out here in the event that you forget it.
There you go.
Actually, when we're done, we'll have Matt get an up close shot of that. That's.
Yes. So
I'm afraid to say anything else because you might manifest it right in front of me.
I mean, whatever you want to say. If you want to say something, maybe we're gonna
Oh, I have an
make
idea.
it better.
Last year, Sean suggested that we pursue putting the Estrella Puerto Real relationship into our For My Humidor I Choose Boveda collection. And if I'm not mistaken, you just committed to getting us a photo to fit into, and we've got some. We had Michael Herklotz this morning.
Michael, yeah,
He did a nice job. We had Guy
yeah.
Fieri was here today,
Yeah,
and he and
Espinosa.
Erica Espinosa and their
Hoshi.
project. Yeah, you've got, it's quite a legacy of wonderful families and leadership in the cigar industry. You belong in that,
Thank you.
and we're excited to bring you into that, and that's what we'll celebrate next time we do this.
Thank you. Actually, this is a dream. Thank you so
Yeah,
much. You don't
yeah.
even know
Right
how
on.
happy I am.
No, it's good. It's good.
Thank you.
Michael
Thank
Meldal, that's the reason I'm at Boveda.
There
right
you go.
Come here a second.
Mr.
Come here a
Michael,
second.
how you doing?
You got to meet each
Come
other.
in, come in.
This is Mike Meldal. He's one of the owners at Cigar Jones at 101 in Minnetonka Boulevard in Minnetonka, Minnesota. That's Todd Ramsberg. Come on in here.
How you doing?
This is the guy,
Pleasure's mine.
the guy in the hat. Mike is the guy that said to me when he put the pack in my bag, "You'll never recharge your humidor again."
That's right.
And here I am.
I know.
I'm not working at Walmart any longer. This is the best.
No more
There you go.
painting.
This is
No
the
more.
best. It's
Well,
good.
but
Your
now
name
smoking
came
more
up a couple
cigars.
times today. I'll have to tell you about the other ones. It'll be fun. Hang
There
out
you
for a
go.
minute.
Good
All
to
right.
see you guys.
All right. Yeah, that guy's the reason I'm the reason I'm here.
Nice.
Otherwise, I'd still be selling women's shoes.
So, like I said, thank you, man. I'm so happy. Thank you for that amazing opportunity.
Yeah, it'll be
For
fun.
all of us. I could be there, but it's for the whole family, actually.
It's the whole family.
Yeah, that's one
It's-
of the things that
actually,
I
it's
love.
the whole constellation.
There you go. There you go. Yes.
It's a family. It's a constellation.
That's one of the things that has makes me so proud and happy because I have my brothers, well, my brother and my sister, and those guys, they are amazing. How they work, it's beautiful.
Didn't I meet them last year? Weren't they with you?
Yes, Mario and Janira.
Yeah.
Mario.
That's when you gave me the star.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mario, he's a master blender. He works with tobacco leaf. He's doing a fermentation process and tobacco developing and all of that. And he's doing really good. It's not because it's my brother. It's because he learned everything from my dad. And then he's so picky, to make something good.
Right.
Because the only way that we think to be success and to be real in this industry is doing well,
Yeah.
doing good.
Well, the quality of these smokes are extraordinary. You should be proud,
Thank you.
and we couldn't be happier for you. And it's a privilege for us to be along for the ride.
For us, it will be a big honor.
Yeah.
And my sister,
Yeah.
Janira, she's the beauty and the brand. Why? Because she's doing the marketing. Those people that you need on your team to make everything better. If this one looks good, somebody's coming to touch this and make it better. That's what she's doing.
It's beautiful.
Yes, it's a
It's
whole
beautiful.
family. Yeah, and we are happy.
Yeah,
We're doing
I'm
really
happy.
good.
Well, we're going to get you the bulk of this footage. We'll give you some clips so you can use them on social.
Yes,
I know Charlie's going to press to get things out and push,
Yes,
get more people to understand Puerto Real,
thank you.
the Estrella family, the beauty of this brand. It's been a treat for us to be along for the ride. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I'm so happy.
yeah.
God bless you.
God
my
bless you.
boss.
Thank you.
God bless you
Thank
too.
you. That's good.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Should I be smoking as well?
No,
Okay.
it's not necessary. Did you have one today?
No, because I haven't stopped talking.
Do you want one? I've got one for you. You want a cigar?
Sure.
Do you like any of those?
Yep.
Grab the one you like.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, that's what this whole culture is all about.
And it's funny because people ask me all the time, like, "Oh, I'm doing an event. I'll only talk about founders." I'm like, "You can talk about whatever cigars you want. Like, it's totally fine. You know, I understand that this is such a nuanced industry. So, mind if I let up right away?
I would if I were you.
Sweet.
There's no time like the present. We're live streaming from the PCA event in,
We live?
this is New Orleans. Yeah, we've been live for a while.
Oh, great.
Yeah, we're in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's been a bonkers day. A lot of people. You got your first order today, like 2 minutes into the show. What, did somebody run from the door to place an order?
Well, here's a true story. They show up to the booth, and I asked the guy, I'm like, "Have you heard about Founders?" And he goes, "Yeah, we're bringing you guys in." I shut my mouth. I grabbed an order form, and I was like, "What are we doing?" And they all laughed. It's like, "Yeah, there's a sales book." I was like, "When you have the sale, just shut up."
Yeah. Yeah, well done.
So what more do I need
Yeah,
to do?
I would have talked myself out of that order in no time flat. Well, let me tell you about more of the features and the benefits of what we have to offer as they walk away.
And we can talk about this. I actually just testified in front of the Minnesota State House
Oh, thank you.
on behalf of taxes for tobacco tax.
Oh, on behalf of the cigar industry.
Yeah.
With regard to the jackboot of government being on our necks.
All of the above. And anyway, there was no
I'm
one.
sorry, I get a little emotional.
There was no one in opposition of the bill we were proposing, and actually, the tax person after I testified was like,
Opposing view?
"We don't oppose this." And actually, thank you to Senator Nash and Representative Nash and Angelo for working with us on this one.
That
So-
might have been prophetic. What if Jim Nash runs for Senate now? You said it here on Box Press at PCA
cigar.
2025. Founders.
Heard it here first.
A scoop from Founders. Angelo Fraboni.
Phonetic Fraboni.
Fraboni. That's an Irish name?
Norwegian.
But here's what's exciting. I don't know why I'm such a goober as a Minnesotan. I get to interview a guy from Minnesota. So it's late in the day on day one.
We're delirious.
I'm a little delirious, but I feel good.
We've eaten
It's-
6 grams of mixed nuts all day.
It's been energizing. You can see a trail of tears over here.
Absolutely.
I've had some remarkable interviews with some beautiful brands, and I've tasted some beautiful cigars. I'm about to light up your dual wrap.
Dual wrap. And it's funny. Someone made fun of me for calling it a dual wrap and not a barber pole. And I said, when I was communicating with the factory about that blend, the blender kept referring to it as a dual wrap or a doble capa. And so I said, I just adopted, touch up the bottom on that one for you.
I like your precision.
So I just adopted what the blender was calling it. And I was like, so if you're making fun of me for doing what the factory did, I was like, okay.
Founders Cigar Company, veteran owned, 4 years old, 5 years old?
5.
5?
Coming up on 5 in October.
5 years starting a new business. That's heroic.
We're too stupid and stubborn to go away.
And it's working?
It is. Yeah.
Why does it work?
Consistency. There are no home runs. There are no cheat codes. There are no shortcuts to making it. You just have to do the boring things consistently. Here, lean in here.
Mongo only pawn at Game of Life. So anyway, Founder Cigars, 5-year-old company, 3 guys, more
3
guys.
owners.
Are these your guys that you hung out with on Tuesdays?
No.
So this is different.
Yep.
But that's what spawned.
Yeah.
So you got a veteran,
Yep. So Brian. So
a banker, and you.
Yep. So a vet, a banker, and an Italian walk into a cigar convention center.
Ah, that's good. I like it. I like it. Matt liked it too.
Yeah. So I'll give you the history. So Brian and I were doing business consulting, and we had some lawsuits with some clients that didn't want to pay us for services we performed. And we decided that, hey, we're good at building businesses. Let's build something for ourselves.
Right.
And we didn't want to stay in the we didn't want to stay in the gun industry, because if we kept consulting in the firearms industry, we were going to potentially compete with future clients.
Mm-hmm.
So cigars, I had been smoking cigars starting March of 2020 every Tuesday with a group of guys. So this was in the summer of 2020. I wanted to come up with an idea, but the way that Brian and I do it is, I mean, we're business consultants. If any one of us has an idea, the other one's going to ask a significant amount of detailed questions about that idea. And so I knew that if I was going to bring up a cigar brand, I got to have some answers here.
Right.
So I had done about 2 months of research, factories, bands, blends, labels, barcodes, all that stuff. And so I had actually had multiple samples sent to me before I even brought it up to him. And so it was summer of 2020. I said, hey, what do you think about cigars? And he's like, yeah, I like cigars. I'm like, no, what do you think about us doing a cigar business? We've been trying to think of a product-based business for a while now. And cigars are out of the gun industry, but it still has a very similar crossover in the user.
Yep.
He's like, yeah. He's like, just don't let it be a distraction and don't lose money. So, because we were consulting at the time. And so I'm still trying not to let it be a distraction and still trying not to let it lose money.
Right.
But yeah, 5 years later now, that's where we're at. And so what it was there was a gun event in October that one of our clients, we actually went to this event with our cigars wrapped up in an acrylic tube with a sticker on it to make it look like a silencer. We put that silencer tube in silencer boxes and handed them out to all these influencers. So we're at this gun event, and it was a marketing promotion.
I like that.
And so we're, all these, and the gun industry is nuts. You'll have millions and millions of followers for each of these influencers, and all these brands are there. Sig Sauer, Silencer Co., all these major manufacturers.
But you reached a lot of cigar guys.
Yeah, and then afterwards, we would all hang out, eat dinner, and just stand around fire smoking cigars. And so the entire party was smoking our cigars that whole weekend. And so, there's still friendships that I have with pretty, important people, where one of them walked up to our table that next day and was like, all right, guys, you got my attention. What do I got to see? So it worked as a marketing employee for that customer as well.
And you got 5 or 6 facings? 5? So the double wrap, the Candela was the one you were running short on?
Yeah. So the first cigar we ever launched with was our dual wrap. And we call that our signature dual wrap. Kind of a play on the John Hancock signature, as well as our primary logo is George Washington.
It's all patriotic.
All patriotic, yeah.
Founders.
Yep. The idea for the brand came about at that time. I was listening to the Hamilton soundtrack every day. And it kind of struck me, I'm like, man, the start of our country, no one knew what they were doing.
No.
There wasn't a pamphlet.
It's a lot like
this.
starting a cigar brand.
There wasn't a document. I mean, they created the articles and the Constitution. They built it from scratch. And it's been the greatest 249-year experiment we've ever been on in the world. I was like, oh, man, there were a lot of men and women that just did the thing that was right. So we call that just the American spirit, like doing what's right when it's required of you. And I was struck by that. And I was like, you know what? I want to be an American-forward brand, but I don't really know how American branding is going to hit in the cigar industry. Like, what am I going to do? Like, Michigan tobacco isn't the same as Cuban tobacco.
Right.
So I was like, I don't think that the American thing is going to go far with a cigar traditionalist, but instead of being rah rah sis boom ba, American flags, bald eagles, fireworks and all that, like let's be like a classically American brand like the turn of the century, turn of the country, the founding of the country American brand. So we can marry that American spirit and that American patriotism with something that feels like it belongs in the cigar industry.
So if somebody wants to go to your website and check out your brand while we're talking about it, where do they go?
founderscigarco.com.
founderscigarco.com. Okay, so you go ahead and check that out, founderscigarco.com. You got 4 kids under 11.
Yeah, 11 and under. 11, 9, 7, and 4.
This is a perfect spot to be in
Oh, yeah.
because this is not optional. This is not trying something.
Right.
This is like my old man had 7 kids, had 4 in 4 years. And it's like you're looking out the window and going, it's not what do I want to do today? It's what am I doing today?
Right.
So this is not a try thing.
Right.
So you're motivated.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And what's cool, too, is that in 2021, when all my kids were home, we had our fulfillment center, in Humidor, and I would bring my big 3 at the time. So 2021, they would have been, 4 years ago, they would have been 7, 5, and 4, 3, something like that. 4?
Little.
Yeah. And no, it would have been 8, 6, and 4. 8, 6, and 4.
It's still, they're little.
And they would pack cigar bags for me.
I love it.
And they would do QC. So I would tell them, okay, you got to look if there's a crack or a split or if something's not right, just set them on the side. They got really good at it. So they would pack these sample bags like this
and they're
in
like
order.
They're doing a craft project. They're having
And we've used Boveda since day one. So they would literally, I'd have one son, grab the bag, put the first cigar in, hand it to the next one. He put the next 2 cigars in. The last one would put 2 cigars in, and then put the Boveda in and seal it up and put that Boveda sticker on there. My kids did that for me. It was awesome. It's child labor.
How'd you get onto that? Were you exposed to this through just cigars?
As a consumer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd use them as a consumer. And so
I tell you, whoever's making your sticks is doing a nice job. They're pretty.
I mean, and that's the thing too. We've had such a good team around us. It was funny. We did the How About That Cigar guys. They're a podcast in our area. I remember, I'll never forget the first podcast interview we ever did. Matt Ty was asking us like, okay, so your cigar mentors in the industry, when you were talking to them about building a cigar brand, like what were they telling you? I'm like, what's a mentor?
Yeah,
we didn't have those.
We like to smoke cigars.
We didn't have those. We just
your tongue was your mentor.
We treated it like a business problem. I need to sell a cigar to a consumer. What's in my way from accomplishing that? And there was a couple really nice unintended benefits from that we can touch on later. But the team around us, I mean, so we met Luis Cuevas from Casa Cuevas at TPE in 2021. And the first day of the show, so Tim Long, Cigar Show Tim, interviewed us. And he's like, hey, guys, if you want to meet anyone in the industry, let us know. And I didn't know anyone.
That's great.
I'm pretty bold. So I just went, who do you think we should know? Can you introduce us right now? And he's like, yeah, first day of TPE.
So you're walking around.
Walks us out to Luis Cuevas at Casa Cuevas. It says, Luis, hey, these guys are new in the industry. They got a brand. Great guys. Love their product. Love them. He's like, you got a little bit of time? He stood there for an hour with us that first show.
And you'd never met him before.
First day.
You'd never met him before.
Correct. So picture this, the busiest day of the show when he's up to his eyeballs. He takes time to hang out with us for an hour and answer all the questions.
Yeah, what's intriguing about your story is it's a contemporary story happened in the last few years. If I listen to Lito Gomez tell his story about going to Dominican Republic and starting a cigar business, he gets a guy like Carlito Fuente,
correct,
to do exactly what Cuevas did for you.
Correct.
And it's like these stories are repeated over and over and over in this room.
Yeah.
People that go out of their way to welcome the new guy.
Yep.
You got the initiative. You want to chase this thing?
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's spend a few minutes. Here are the fundamentals.
Yeah. So we weren't working with Luis. We were working with a smaller factory because, as you can imagine, I mean, I reached out to 11 different factories. None of them got back to me. A middleman got back to me really early on. So we decided to do instead of spending several $100,000 to go build a product to build a brand. Let's build a brand, and we'll evolve the product as we go. So 2 years later, we asked Louis to blend for us. So I went down to the Dominican with Louis Senior, Alec, which was a fantastic time, and blended cigars for a week. And it's the most grueling process on the planet.
It's not fun.
Well, a lot of people think like, oh, that's awesome. You went and smoked cigars for 5 days.
Oh, you're going to go taste bonbons for 12 hours straight.
Yeah, I'm like, well, listen to me. I didn't just sit and smoke cigars like we're smoking right now. Like, I've got some of the flavor profiles of this cigar. Like, I'm thinking about it a little bit. But picture me in a room. I'd get to the factory at 7:30. We'd go to the room. All these cigars that they blended for us yesterday or that night were in front of us. I would light up multiple cigars at one time, and I would sit back and for most of the day, I have my eyes closed, thinking intimately about everything I was feeling, tasting.
And how long can you concentrate like that?
Yeah, we'd go till about 5:30. And then I'd get back to my room. I'd pass out for an hour. They'd pick me up at like 7:30 or 8. We'd go out to dinner, smoke more cigars that we blended that day.
Eat as much as you can.
Eat as much as I can. And then I'd pass out, and they'd pick me up at 6:30 the next morning.
Let's do it again.
Yeah. So anyway, so Louis and those guys have been completely instrumental. And then the two people, 2023 is when we moved factories to Louis and Casa Cuevas and Tabacalera Las Lavas. That's the year that Brian deployed. So Brian's my Air Force vet partner. That's the veteran owned, in COVID, when we launched the company, we knew all the veteran suicide rates and all of that, but we saw the anxiety and depression and isolation rising in the COVID days. So we're like, let's just launch a brand that all we do is trick people into community. I mean, we want to be known as the community cigar. Cigars built for community.
Well, and it's a great community to have as your base if you're focused on vets that are in peril. Because we support Cigars for Warriors.
Absolutely.
We do a ton of work.
Yep.
Getting sticks in the hands of people that are in theater.
Absolutely.
And the stories that we hear back from them are epic.
What was amazing. So Brian was gone 2023. That's when we redid factory, boxes, bands, blends. I mean, everything. Just if we are gonna commit to this, let's commit with the best that we can. So he deployed 2023. PCA 2024 was in Las Vegas. So last year, Brian was there. One of the guys that he deployed with lives in Las Vegas. So that guy came to the show. We got him a badge. And then another guy that he deployed with was a sheriff in Las Vegas. And so he parked his squad outside, came and hung out with us for an entire day. So these three guys that deployed who received packages from Cigars for Warriors went and hung out at the Operation Cigars for Warriors booth. So like Storm and those guys were just like, this is the embodiment of why we do this. And so for them to swap stories and hear that and just see the camaraderie from these guys who were literally downrange.
Yeah.
Smoking cigars together. I mean,
and it's a camaraderie that's mirrored in the cigar industry. And you think about how this crew of people stand up for each other and try to defend each other and against immense odds when you look at the political nonsense that we've been through with regulations and taxes and all that stuff. And they're all committed to the passion of sharing cigars.
Yeah. Yeah. And so Louis introduced us to Ricky and Vanessa, who did the printing for the bands. That's Cigar Band Man. And then Humberto Arias designed our bands and our boxes. And Humberto is just an absolute maestro as it relates to that stuff. And what was cool is we had talked to him in 2022. And I'm like, Humberto, I'm thinking about redoing these bands and boxes. And I kind of gave him some sketches. And so he had still had that. And so 2023, when we were redoing all that, he completely blew apart our band. And then we just designed it from the ground up and pulled some different design elements into it and different colors. We embraced color. The boxes match the color of the bands now too. So just we really elevated most of the things of our brand from a look, aesthetic, as well as just the blends too.
Do you remember off the top of your head what the dual wrap is? It's a
Mexican San Andreas Maduro with our Ecuadorian Connecticut.
Okay, and then what? And your Connecticut?
Ecuadorian, yeah.
Okay, and then you've got
so we've got a Candela, we've got a Connecticut, our dual wrap, we've got an Ecuadorian Habano, we've got a Mexican San Andreas Maduro. The Habano has a Nicaraguan binder, so it's got a little bit more spice to it. Dominican binders on the rest of them, and then we've got Pennsylvania broadleaf in most of them. Louis Senior is a huge Pennsylvania broadleaf fan, and it's
so
easy
is
to
the
see.
guy that runs that little company over there.
Oh, that little one over there?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's done a brilliant job.
Absolutely. So yeah, the broadleaf I feel like gives us a really nice base flavor note. And then even we call our cigars medium. You know, our Connecticut's a medium minus, our Maduro's a medium plus. Nothing's heavy, nothing's overwhelming. But we really tried to balance that out from, again, our core filter is approachable. How can we be approachable as a brand? How can everywhere we go, cigars are intimidating. So how do we just completely remove that as a brand? And we wanted to carry that through with our cigars as well. But we didn't want to underblend things so they're bland. You can be approachable and bland and just completely forgettable, or you can be medium bodied and have a great cigar experience because they're well constructed.
It's interesting because let's say you approached, if you just chose to be the veteran cigar, you know, to focus on that marketplace. If you went into the market, or if your cigars went with Cigars for Warriors over to installations,
Yep.
you're talking about guys that if they have the right kind of experience while they're in the field, the odds of them being attracted to your cigar when they come home are off the charts.
For sure.
If they have a psychotic experience because they didn't know how to smoke it or were introduced to something that isn't a beginner cigar or a entry level experience, they could be blown out forever.
For sure.
You know,
when the first factory we were with, when we blended our Maduro, we said we want, if someone hands our Maduro to a brand new smoker, I still want that to be a good experience for them. And then when we went with the Tobacco de las Lavas, you know, going from that Ecuadorian Maduro to the Mexican San Andreas Maduro, and then getting the Mexican San Andreas Maduro in that cigar, you know, you really have that medium minus strength, but the flavor notes and
that's a flavorful cigar.
Yeah.
So of these 5 that you have to offer, what's been the most popular cigar today?
There's a couple ways I'll answer that. Our best seller is our Maduro. Our next best seller is our dual wrap, and that's nationally,
which is what I'm smoking.
Yep.
Okay.
But I have shops that sell the crap out of my Candela.
Okay.
We have a cult following around our Candela. I'm going to come to your office next week and give you one.
Well, it's a conversion factor because there's a lot of us that have a bias against Candelas. I had Brandon Ovison from Apostate Cigars gave me a
Brandon
Candela
is one of my
last.
favorite people on this planet.
Serious?
Absolutely.
I just pulled him out of a hat.
Yep. One of my favorite people on the planet. They're Feathered Serpent. I haven't smoked it yet, but I hear that is one of the...
Do you know the Candela I'm talking
about?
about?
Yeah, the Feathered Serpent.
He gave me that last year.
Yeah.
And I literally, in this much cigar, I changed my mind.
Correct.
I went, I can enjoy, not only tolerate, but love a Candela.
So I have 2 stories about our Candela, and you know, hopefully I don't break my arm
Have you
patting
met
myself.
Brandon?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
like I said, I talk to him frequently. We have a very similar ethos in how we do things.
Have you seen him here?
Oh yeah, I ran into him the first morning. I want to go see their booth. I
That
haven't
was
seen
today,
them yet.
just so you know.
Yep.
Today was the first
Sorry.
morning.
Ran into him yesterday morning
Okay.
when we got here. I'll tell 2 stories about our Candela, and I hope I don't break my arm patting myself on the back.
No, go ahead.
Out in Virginia Beach, our web developer Jake was from Virginia Beach. He's in North Dakota now. He got our cigars out to a lot of the guys he smokes with. One of them was a 2-star general out there. That 2-star, his only boss was like Obama, like really high up. Cannot stand Candelas. Won't buy them. You know, Jake's like, you have to smoke this Candela, and he's like, I'm not going to smoke this. He finally convinced him to smoke it. The feedback that he got and gave it back to Jake is like, I would buy that cigar. He's like, he enjoyed it so much. He doesn't even
He was
smoke it, let
converted
alone
on the
buy 'em.
spot.
Yep. The other story is I was listening to a podcast, and this individual was talking about cigars that they'd been smoking recently in the industry, and the comment they made was like, they were talking about Candelas, and this person was like, I'll tell you 2 things. If you're not smoking the Feathered Serpent or the Founder's Candela, you're doing it wrong. Those are the only 2 Candelas in the industry you should be smoking.
Oh, so you're in good company.
It's
Dude,
surprising.
You better,
but-
I hope you have room in the trunk if you're coming by next week. Because, don't be bashful about telling us how much they are. You don't have to be giving us cigars. You know what I mean? So we have, we're live streaming from PCA, and it's the time of day where people want to get a cordial and apparently get their boogie on. Because
who's playing over there?
It sounds like somebody big.
Yeah, I mean, there's cameras out everywhere, so
This is the kind of excitement you get at PCA.
oh yeah,
We're Boveda. We're right in the center of everything,
yeah.
just across from the Placencia booth.
Oh,
And there's a robot
that
dog
is
over
that the
here.
Boston MIT dog? That thing is it's looking at me.
So anyway, Angelo Fraboni, I think we're getting pinched out of the end of our interview.
Totally
But
good.
I can't tell you how much respect I have for anybody that bothers to start a cigar business. Thrilled that we get to tag along.
Absolutely.
I think you're getting to know us well enough to understand that we'll do whatever we can to help you succeed.
Oh my goodness, working with Nate and Mike. I mean, those guys are some of the most salt of the earth people on the planet. Anytime I pick up the phone, they pick it up. I mean, it's yeah.
Do me a favor. We do this every PCA. We do these interviews, and it's a great opportunity for us to catch up with people and hear the next chapter and the next chapter and the next chapter that
sure.
we have the privilege to tell.
For sure.
So let us tell your story. And again, it's a privilege for us to be a part of it.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Right on, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, right on. Thank you very much.
So if you want to ask me, how did this whole started?
Oh yeah, I'll
And-
get you go. I'll
and-
get
and-
you going.
you'll get me going. And if you want me to stop,
Are you on, buddy?
do you want this to be like short answers, or do you want me to do as?
I want you to go with the flow.
Yeah,
It'll be
because I can
beautiful.
speak for 5 minutes nonstop and give you the whole story.
Oh, I know you can. And that's one of the things I love about you is the energy and letting you go. So you'll know. It's like
Okay.
we're dancing.
I don't need to adjust this. It's all
You
good.
you're perfect.
All right.
Yeah, Matt would let you know. We're at PCA 2025. Boveda's live streaming. We've had the privilege today, a day where the Masters has been on television, all the best of the best in the golf industry. People are buzzed about that. We're at PCA in New Orleans, a city that's rich in culture and flavor, and it's just remarkable. Carlito Fuente walking by the
Carlito.
booth. Carlito, how are you, man?
Look,
at this.
look at the box right here.
Here comes
You
Carlito.
gotta-
Carlito, come here and sit down. You gotta go.
That's incredible what you did last time. You are beautiful. Thank you. God bless you. You did. Okay, that's amazing. That's amazing.
So you're looking at the backside of Carlito Fuente. Now you're looking at the front. Okay, Carlito, right on, brother. So that we couldn't have bought that cameo for Carlito.
No, that was like
So
amazing.
this is
what
beautiful.
a coincidence.
So this is
Yeah.
shifting from one iconic cigar leader to an iconic art leader, if I may. Cyril Brizard, we had the pleasure of interviewing him. Brizard and Company, world renowned for the craft, the artwork, the beauty that goes into custom products and some commercial products, but it doesn't seem to make sense to say that about you.
Our forte is really the craftsmanship of leather. And so for the last 25 years, I've been creating different collections with different themes around the cigar world, with essentially leather, but also the combination of exotic woods and exotic leathers. And that's one of the very unique aspects of our company is that we combine different elements to create products that are very unique in this industry.
Boveda has been it's been a privilege for Boveda to tag along with you on your adventures. You introduced Boveda to some craftspeople that were using other humidification methods in containers. What we're going to show you is basically a reenactment of an unboxing or a presentation that Cyril did today involving Opus X, Arturo Fuente, these beautiful crafted items that the artist and his group of craftspeople have put together. Is that fair?
I would say it is. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm very involved in the design and the manufacturing, and I get my hands dirty for the most part. But
But this
we are a
is
team,
just
and
extraordinary. I mean, if you just start with this and work towards the big one, talk about just what goes into this process. What is that?
you know, it's not only the product. It's the product is one thing, but it's the story that goes behind. Because a product to me, it doesn't mean much if it doesn't have a soul. And all the products that I make usually have a soul, and they have a reason to be. It's not only leather and wood, and that's it. This product started for some reason, and it was a number of connection events that have happened that made that happen, which I think is what really makes it interesting. Of course, there is some technical aspects that we can speak about, but this collection here, which we call Les Chaînes de l'Amour, and I will be Les Chaînes de l'Amour, the chains of love.
The chains of love.
Yes. So there is a reason why this whole thing came together. I was at the Dortmund show in Germany, and my distributor was representing a brand of marquetry of humidors that are made in Tuscany in Italy, and it's called Macarone. And Macarone, although it's new now to the United States, is a 5-generation dynasty of experts in marquetry. And when I saw the work that they do on marquetry, I thought Carlito's always been very supportive and very loving towards what we do. I want to create a new limited edition for Opus 6 because the last one was 25 years ago. And I want to combine the talents of other people because in life, if you only try to do things that you're really your expertise, you have limits. But if you can bring the talents of other people and combine them with yours, you can reach new heights. And that's what I'm really proud of this, that this has really been a teamwork of new, fresh talents that can collaborate and contribute to create something
So
new.
just for perspective, you met these macaroni people, the gentleman that I just met at your booth. You met them
At the Dortmund show.
Dortmund Intertobacco last fall.
Last fall, correct.
Okay.
And when I met them, I immediately sensed that let's do something different where we're going to incorporate fine marquetry in our leatherwork. And let's present to first I said, well, I would like to be your distributor for the United States, which was done right away. We became very good friends. They're very nice people.
Brilliant, lovely chap to talk to.
Absolutely. And then I said, let's start working on something for Carlito Fuente. Carlito, from the very beginning, we started doing renderings, computer renderings, and designs on what we had in mind. And I said, Carlito, can you send me some Opus X logos? And he said, I just worked on because he's very involved in all the visuals of his company.
Yep.
And he sends me an Opus X logo, which has chains on the side.
Which you've never seen before.
And I've never seen that before. And I thought, this is so cool. It is elegant and masculine and rustic and luxury. And, like Hermes has been using chains on their scars and many of their motifs for many years. So the chains represent something. But I did not know the connection, how the chains would become a story, basically. Because it's got to be a story. And if it's genuine, there's a reason why it's there. So we developed the product, and I went to Dominican Republic. Carlito invited me to spend a couple days with him, and it was the most.
Had you done that before?
No, I had never visited his
experience.
factory. He's been supporting my line and always talking very nicely about my products for many years.
So you finally get to go to his place.
But he is inviting me, and when I was there for literally 2 days with him, all I felt is the strong sense of love everywhere for everything he does. Love and passion of creating the best tobacco leaves. Creating love of achieving the finest blend. Love of the people that work for him. The way he treats his people, I have never seen this. You often think of cigar factories as big sweatshops with 1,000 people. Now, here is a giant factory divided into 18 different rooms that look like Swiss chalet, where everybody has a smile and everybody is happy, and you can sense it. Where Carlito would personally show me the first stitching machine his grandmother used to have, the first car his grandfather had when they moved to Tampa, and they would deliver the cigars to different people.
Remarkable.
Picked me up at my Airbnb, took me to a private dinner so that we could discuss the project, took me back to my place, picked me up the next day, took me to the factory, introduced me to all his employees, introduced me to his kids. And I felt this man has so much love to give.
What an emotional experience.
And then picking me back up at the place where I was staying, and I said, the way he is able to treat people, and I experienced it for myself, but the way he treats his employees, his family, his kids, his clients. You go on his booth, and all you see is him hugging everyone.
You saw what he just did. He immediately came in.
Of course.
He's appreciative. He's grateful.
He is appreciative. He's humble as well.
Generous.
And generous. And all of a sudden, I thought, those chains, there is a connection between love and the chains.
It's like a songwriter
So then I said,
a hook.
what do you think about if we call this Les Chaînes de l'Amour? And he said, oh, this is in French, right? He loved it because it's the chains of love. And as a matter of fact, I Googled it up and I found out that it has another connotation, which is very coincidental. But about 100 years ago, there was a book that was written. Um, it was the story of an aristocratic woman in the South, in Louisiana, in New Orleans, who fell in love with a slave that was in chains. And she wanted to save that slave. And basically, she was so in love with him that she saved him from the chains. And that was the chains of love. So there are many, many meanings. The chains of love was inspired by Carlito Fuente. And when I Googled up about Les Chaînes de l'Amour to know if anybody had ever done anything, it happened that it was here in New Orleans.
Spectacular.
So,
And then he just happens to walk by the booth
yes.
while we're talking about
So
this.
what we did here from a creative standpoint, we make leather humidor. There's a lot of wood humidors, varnish wood humidor, lacquer, different styles. But the combination of leather and wood was never done. This is completely new. So as with many of our products, we start with a cigar case because this is my canvas. The cigar case, I have to get the inspiration. And from there, we decline the line. And there are more items to come, by the way. But what you have here is you have burl walnut in the middle.
Yep.
And you have ostrich, genuine ostrich. And then you have at the bottom, you have a diamond with 2 microns and 24 karat gold. It comes with 3 Coronas Opus X cigars.
Of the anniversary edition?
Yes. But on the humidor, when I was at the Fuente factory, I visited his aging room and I saw so many incredible things. And he is just waiting for the right time to release them and the right story. And he had these cigars that were aged for 5 years that are double Coronas, 50 ring gauge, 6 3/4 inch long. And he says, I'm going to dedicate all these cigars to the project of Les Chaînes de l'Amour. So the humidor comes with 50 cigars.
Just giving Matt an opportunity to get some more angles. This is exquisite. I mean, so we have leather, we have
Genuine ostrich leather, sequoia. It's not. I'm sorry, the name doesn't come to mind right now, but
it'll come when
it's
you
a
least
it's a
expect
wood
it.
that has a lot of rippling effect. So you have a lot of figure in that wood, and then the feet. You will notice something. Now that you're on a solid table, because on my booth, keep it flat.
Keep it flat.
Because when you're on my booth, it's on a glass shelf, so you can't really see it. But these feet are made in 24 karat gold feet, and they're beveled on top and at the bottom. And the reason they're beveled at the bottom is that you don't see them in connection, so it looks like the humidor is floating.
Brilliant. But and then the inlay up here. Talk about that a little bit. This is like so special.
So you have actually maple wood inside here, and gold effect around, and then you have all burl walnut around, and then there's different
The Opus X logos represented.
and the connection with the chains, and it's the chains of love, the chaînes de l'amour.
It's a great story, and I'm glad you put it in context because it makes.
And on a marquetry detail, look at the detail. The key is not any of your regular keys. It's actually made of 24 karat gold as well, and it doesn't look like a key. What you have here is you have the Arturo Fuente in gold, and you have the same wood that you have here that's inlaid into around the key. So there is marquetry, there's miniature marquetry as well on the key.
And this Macaron gentleman that I met at your booth, he's 30.
32 years old. He is
So they're all under 35. He said everybody on his team, his team,
yeah,
is under 35.
Yes. And his father does all the yachts for the finest interiors of
and the
Italian
nautical
yachts.
themed things that he has down there are
That's
just
that's where
exquisite.
the connection comes, right? And then his grandfather, a great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather. There are 5 generations of fine furniture makers in Italy.
Just spectacular. So here we go.
And of course, they have created a unique system for Boveda. So
But
it
that's
is done.
because of you.
Absolutely, because I would not use anything else but Boveda, and I would not do an association. At this moment, this is a prototype. They place the magnets over here.
Yep.
Actually, this one here, yes, I would leave it in. Um, but on the production models, the metal that connects to this is going to be inlaid, so it's going to be invisible. And then you can see you have all these different patterns, and they're not just little holes here to hold Boveda.
Get a little
It's
closer
an
there. There you
airflow
go.
humidor, like all the rest of my
Yeah.
humidors, with a rack at the bottom, so you can place the Boveda packs underneath, so you can sandwich the cigars with 360 degrees, have humidity from the top, humidity from the bottom. You never need to rotate the cigars, and that is part of the design that I do on all my humidors, that they integrate it to their humidors. But furthermore, while now they still have some humidors with a traditional humidification system, they are changing their whole entire system, and all the boxes that will be delivered to the United States will have the Boveda system and the airflow system.
It's a breathtaking process. I mean, to see the level of detail and the art that has gone into this creation, it is so. I knew. So when we sat and talked last year, I had the sense that we were going to be friends for a long time, and we're going to have a lot of things happen. I had no idea that you were going to meet this craft source that has this capacity to take your vision, like you said, about this opportunity for you to expand beyond the limits of your
Absolutely.
creativity. It's spectacular.
And then this afternoon, we had Jose Oliva coming to see us to request for us to make another because we've worked. I mean, we have a lot of people wanting us to do collaborations, but I very, very much wanted to curate and only associate with the biggest brands. So we've worked with Estée Dupont, we have done things with Padron, with Carlito Fuente, and now it'd probably be with Boveda. But it will always with Oliva, but it will always be incorporating the Boveda system in all the limited editions that we do.
Just again, if you're just tuning in, this is Cyril Brizard. Cyril Brizard and Company, a long history of creating luxury, beauty, purpose-driven, story-driven creations. This is as story-driven a creation as I can imagine. It's Les Chaînes de l'Amour.
Yeah. We have many new things in the
You speak
pipeline right
French?
now. Les chaînes de l'amour.
The Chaînes de l'Amour.
It sounds good in French, you know?
The Chains of Love.
Yeah.
And I thought it was so awesome that Carlito comes stomping through the booth as he's walking by. Just the timing was impeccable for him.
It was coincidentally unbelievable. Yes, yes.
Wonderful.
And what a wonderful man with a great heart. And although he is so busy, he'll always make the time.
Yeah.
And so
Well,
I'm very
so
grateful
glad
to
you had
him.
the opportunity to go down there and have those 2 days with him. That's a lifetime experience.
It was.
That's
And the
like
time that he's given me, the generosity of his time when I was over there in his place. You know, when you're at the IPCPR or the PCA, you're lucky if you can spend 5
He's
minutes
so
with
busy.
him,
Yeah.
because he's a very solicited person.
Yeah.
But in his own place, he has given me 48 hours, literally.
We have to go to Fuente, Matt, and we have to do a documentary about that place. And that
It's
family.
absolutely amazing. I highly recommend
Yeah.
it. Yes.
Cyril, thank you for sharing this with us. Boveda is so grateful that we have a chance to tag along. Thank you for being such
Thank you so much for
a
always
supporter of ours.
supporting us as well.
Yeah.
Really appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Cheers. Awesome job, buddy. Give me a hug. And then we'll